Alright, we will need this, and we will also need this, definitely. And oh hi! Greetings YouTube, Grillback is at the microphone, and I am back with a new, meticulously crafted guide to help you do your best in monthly challenges. So, there are two types of people. Some want just the fish, some want to learn how to fish, and I give both. In this video, we will discuss these month challenges in the following format. First, we take a look at most important common enemy champions or even champion decks. I also have a list of certain encounters, challenges, that might have a chance of appearing harder than they look like. Well, just in case, if you are scrolling, well, be mindful about this. Then I'd like to give some basic recommendations about completing monthlies overall. And then we are finally in our main guide part. We will discuss challenges divided by their respective special rules. And in each challenge, well, if you want just the fish, I'd point some champions that might be a better match for this concrete challenge. Also, if you're here for the first time, if you didn't come from the live stream, if you know nothing about me, well then, hello, welcome, nice to meet you. I've been in this game for quite some time. I've been in the top 8 on the front page of challenges since early 2024. And one very special thing about it is that I achieved that by playing just 2, 3 and 4 star champions, and free-to-play relics, of course. Also, I barely if ever use the wildcard champions, such as Swain, Ezreal and Jinx. I do this because I want to be as close to my target audience as possible. I want to experience the same problems that people do. I want to think within the same tools given. And this indeed should make me the best guide for people that want to complete challenges rather than speedrun it in overgear in easy mode. So this month in TLDR was actually pretty rough, I should say. Definitely harder than the previous two by a mile. Last month I used 0 Ezreal, 0 Swain, 1 Jinx, 0 Vex, 0 Volibears, and well, this month Volibear actually came in clutch. Jinx was kinda working, but might have been unnecessary, but there are definitely some encounters where she is supposed to be played. Vex had a real job once or twice, didn't use Swain or Ezreal though. So 2 months ago there were a lot of legendary small stuff, and probably for beginners it would have been rough. Might have been actually 7 out of 10. But to me that's like 6, and month before that, August, was actually probably easier for beginners, for those who have Swain, Ezreal, Jinx in their common usage. But to me, without those, it was actually harder. And well, this month is definitely just harder than these two by a mile. Ezreal is Targon. There was some quite nasty combos, quite some amount of Irelia, Kaisa, a lot of Zed. Yeah, somewhat rough. There were 0 Chronicle of Ruin, remove the imperfection, just 1 Mercy killing at 48, interesting challenge. There was 1 Only the Strong, 1 Magic Number sadly, 1 Legendary Small Stuff. And well, I think we can go to our first part, speaking about enemy encounters. So Katarina is usually a 3-2 creature, and win con against Katarina is just do not level her up, do not let enemy level her up at any cost. And that's it. If you have a spell that can deal 2 damage, preferably at burst speed or into enemy attack at fast speed, done. You are good. So Katarina is usually countered by Veigar, because 3-star Veigar at round start, creates a burst spell at 0 cost that says kill Katarina, basically. Hover me over Katarina and she's done. That's how you counter her. Sometimes you might want to pick Tahm Kench into Katarina, but please do not do that. That's now not how it works. If you're about to capture Katarina, she will strike and she will recall first before being captured. So this does not work. Also, if you're feeling creative, then you can equip Epic Relic Big Guns for +1 spell damage and be creative. That's good, great, and please do that if you feel like. Next, other Noxian people. Well, most of Noxian encounters are actually pretty generic, and not really much to tell about that. Swain is generic, Draven is kind of exactly what it looks like in his 2.5 stars challenge, except that we will not see him being so overwhelming, if you know what I mean, unless he levels up. The worst that can happen, so Darius has that 3 mana spell, I think at fast speed. If you have Darius on board, rally. Stun a creature, and if you have Darius on board, rally. That's it. Noxians are pretty generic. Then Kaisa. Well, Kaisa is actually extremely oppressive. Problem with Kaisa is that she gets into mid-game like instantly. Round 2. She has several 1-drops, Lonely Poro into another Poro, Voidling, sometimes that creature with spell shield, I think. So if Kaisa has extra mana, then she can play up to 4 creatures round 1, and then at the beginning of round 2, every creature will get another keyword and another +1/+1, besides being evolved for +2/+2, and for extra mana for 5 she actually plays Kaisa, which is just instantly evolved. Also Kaisa usually has like Titanic X for +3/+3, and oh wow. If you felt like you could control board, but just there was no card for that, well, that happens, that's life. That's probably the worst part about Kaisa. Like, you thought you could handle that, but, well, unlucky. And then there is this insane soup, insane Wunschpunsch from elusive units. Kaisa might be elusive, overwhelming, first strike, challenger, spell shield, lifesteal, regeneration. This is some brutality. And spell shield, of course, is usually the worst one. Problem here is that you cannot really counter that by generic rule. You just should be mindful about that. You should be controlling or have ways to control from round 1. So in this case, I would say that usually Misfortune or Twisted Fate are pretty good. You could also use Volibear because he is pretty good. He will just scale up to playing Volibear round 3 easily. If you are at 3 stars, of course. There is a huge difference between Volibear at 3 stars and 2 stars. Speaking about some like kind of aggro but board control oriented picks, we could point Caitlyn and probably Ekka. Ekka has some spells. Ekka actually gets some stats on units, so he's kinda... He can outvalue Kaisa. It's just the fact that you need a good hand and do not let her tempo cripple you. And if you feel like just controlling the board, then I would say Evelynn and Yasuo using Tempest Blade should be go to peaks, because just at 4 mana you might be leveling up on every enemy, and therefore you might have survived her second attack, and then you just develop for another 5 mana, and you probably can repeat at 6 mana. Yasuo will heal everybody at level up with Tempest Blade. Evelynn can just level up again and you're good. Then we have that. So, just like against Katarina, we should be controlling that enemy champion. Problem with that is he is just very tempo oriented and he deals a lot of damage just on his own creature. That is 3 mana 5/4 usually. He can attack, so this will be 2 creatures 5/4 attack round 1, and then he will proc his Blatant Darkness, and there will be one challenge where he will do that twice. That's actually the challenge where I took 38 round 1 damage. That was pretty well played by our enemy. That has a lot of low health stealth units, and therefore sharp sight is pretty good. Low damage AoE is pretty good, like Avalanche or maybe Vex spell to deal 1 to everybody. Once again, Misfortune, Twisted Fate, if you feel like you are confident about your Twisted Fate. His win condition part is Dawn and Dusk. It creates 2 copies of targeted unit. It's played at slow speed, so if you can frostbite or stun that enemy in response, then every copy will be stunned or frostbitten. Or, I mean, you can just actually recall that unit, so that's a way. Another bad thing about that we should be mindful about is that he is from Ionia, therefore he can have some another cunning things. He has 4 mana Will of Ionia to recall a unit. And he also has 2 mana Twin Discipline for +3/+0 or +0/+3 to a target unit. You cannot really play around everything, I know, that's a lot. But on the bright side, he usually doesn't really play Twin Discipline or Will of Ionia that often. Then we have Targon Ezreal. We will meet him a lot this month. So Ezreal, he tries to use Static Shock every round, and he usually plays everything until he has no mana left. So let's just think about a situation where Ezreal has 5 mana round 1. So he might be playing 1 spell, 2 spell, playing Ezreal, and well, just in case, if he had 5 mana, did a lot of actions, and he still has 1 mana left and he still has Static Shock in hand, you can still pass, skip your opportunity to play something, and he will most likely play Static Shock targeting your Nexus. This way we will either help our creature to like survive the damage. Ezreal kind of oftentimes has Blinking Flames or Gunsmith by his side, so we will either make our creature survive, or we can save Spell Shield on our creature. It's also really hard to attack into Ezreal because he has Celestial Stun, 1 mana, stun 2 units, fast speed, so you have to be more like board control oriented. You shouldn't be doing reckless stuff on board, shouldn't be doing extreme all-in. It should be slow, steady, or like middle speed steady, alright? And the worst thing about Ezreal is probably he can use spell to get 2 Forge Workers 3/3 round 1, buff them +3/+3. So round 1 he will hit us for like 10 plus, maybe 15. That can be scary. He also has swap bot, which means that when we choose our deck, we shouldn't be playing just one creature. Like, you probably want to play Kain into Ezreal, because Kain can heal up when you play Rust. But the sad thing is that he will just use swap bot onto your 2020 Kain and that's it. So even if you had Furious Wilder, then tragedy. Therefore you want to go like somewhat tall, somewhat wide. It's basically the same as if you played against Yasuo, because against Yasuo you want to have like at least 3 creatures. One of them can be weak, so when he attacks he will stun that creature, but 2 other creatures should be at least 4/5. Or if enemy Yasuo played Yona, then one of your creatures should be outstating enemy Yona 6/6. That's how it goes. Next we have Lulu and Adoribus. My beloved. Adoribus is Lulu's signature special rule, our strongest follower. A follower is a creature that is not a champion, will be transformed into 1/1 squirrel and silenced. Therefore, probably best in slot walk-in strategy is to use Epic Relic Oath of the Guardians if you have it. If you actually have it but didn't really try it, then probably you should learn how to play with it. It's a really fun Epic Relic. It has insane synergy with Star Gem, every relic. You can have even 2 Star Gems and Oath of the Guardians, and that's like a whole combo on its own. It's fun to play. It can be a little bit random, but it's usually good. And here this is one of the best in slot strategies. Then against Adoribus you can also use equipment decks, equipment on its own. Like best in slots it would be Vayne and Atrox at 4 stars. So your creature is transformed into 1/1 squirrel, it's silenced. But equipment will not be silenced, therefore our 1/1 squirrel will have +3/+2 from Spatula and +2/+2 from Arm to the Teeth. So this is still an extremely relevant creature on board. That's how you can counter it, yep. And also you could play through alternative win condition. You could use Dreadway, Chase Gun, Annie or Nika, if you feel like that. And you can also use Fiddlesticks to mill enemy. Lulu has around 24 or 28 cards in her deck, and she will just play elusive units, Lulu, Homecoming, Tenai. If you play Fiddlesticks, it doesn't even matter if your units will be transformed, as long as you survive. At about round 4, round 5, you will have Fiddlesticks on board, then you will play his spell, and this should be... you should be winning. Before Constellations hit Path of Champions, before patch 5.5 happened, and actually long before I got any epics, I used to play Jax into Lulu. Jax is pretty lovely champion, I enjoyed in League of Legends, I guess. So when you attack with Jax units at 3 stars, you will get, I think, +3/+1 when you attack. And that's a lot of stats. And also, the best in slot relic for this strategy is Crown Guard Inheritance. It's level up Rally. So when you attack with Jax, which is just 2-mana champion, you will get a lot of stats. You will level up Rally, and you can attack again to get another +3/+1. And if you have another creatures, everyone will get all those stats. That's like +9 every time you attack, +9 power, and then again. So it's more than 40 damage in just one round at 4 mana. Actually, like generally speaking, Zerg Rush strategy is somewhat common against Lulu, I would say. That is done just because you do not want to play around adoribus. Next we have Draven. This month had a lot of Draven. It's been Draven time. League of Draven. So his win condition is he has infinite Draven that is being summoned at round end. And outside of his signature adventure, he has no overwhelm if he didn't level up. He will still have double attack, but he will not have pro overwhelm if he didn't level up. Therefore, like, we should pay attention to that, alright? The worst moment playing against Draven is when you have attack token round 1. Then he is at extra mana, plays some stuff. Then he might be playing another thingy at next round. He got Draven for free, and he starts attack. It might be 30 plus damage if you didn't really prepare against that. Yeah, that can be rough. So that's actually a worst in case scenario, and that's what we are playing around. Usually I would say that this enemy is like average to strong, like 6.5 out of 10 to 7.5 out of 10 just because of double attack and constant pressure. But we still can have some fun drafts into Draven. So Caitlyn has interesting strategy against, it's not really strategy, just the flow of the game with Caitlyn. Draven is summoned at round end, and Caitlyn's traps, they work at round start because they work when enemy draws a card. And Draven can actually draw some cards, you know that spell. 4 mana, Noxus, draw 2, boom, everyone dies. So yeah, Draven is summoned, then he draws a card, then flash bomb happened. Beautiful. Cinema. And you could of course also play Morgana or maybe even Yasuo. Morgana should be more fun, as if you stun Draven, he will not attack, he will not be dead, he will not revive. One of the creatures takes some life off your Nexus and you heal up using Morgana. So it's like -11 + 7, -11 + 7. That's what we call struggle, and in struggle you improve, right? Also, just in case, if you feel bad about killing Draven that will be revived at the end of the round, stop it right now, it's fine to kill him. If you feel like this is the only choice, but you just don't want to do this, if this is logical to do that, then it meant to happen. You might be missing some champion levels, some little power, and that will just matter, like even +1/+1 on one unit can actually change every fight. So do not feel bad about killing Draven every round, that can happen. Then Gangplank. Pretty generic enemy, but he actually is a patron in monthly challenges. So the first thing that we should be looking at is his special rule. It's kind of different. Dreadway either goes into his hand, or it can be summoned on board instantly. Either way, it's usually a strategy to kill Gangplank in just 1 or 2 attacks. So I prefer to use combo champions that can kill in 1 round, like Lux or maybe Leona. I play around having 6 mana, I plan around having Chemtech Duplicator, I plan my early game accordingly, I know what I'm mulliganing for, and pretty much against this weak enemy, I would say. He has a pretty weak deck. The worst thing that usually happens is that he nabs our card. He can nab, steal our upgraded card, and it will be the most menacing thing in the fight. But outside of that, you just plan to kill him in one attack and that's it. Then we have Jinx and Viktor. Jinx. So when Jinx attacks, she does her Rocket of Love, 3 damage to our Nexus and 1 damage to every unit we have. It can be comboed with Vayne's Suffer in special rules. It can be comboed with Mortal Marks or maybe even legendary small stuff. Therefore, it can be threatening. Well, we have to take a peek every time, right? We have to pay attention, because outside of that, she is actually really weak. She has 1-1 Spellspora, she has like 2-1 or 3-2 Girl, she has 0-3 Challenger unit, she draws, yeah, a lot, but still there are no extra stats, so if she doesn't have like Power Overwhelming or Memacian Might 2, then she's just not really an enemy. We can plan to have Tough on our units, that reduces incoming damage by 1. And Vayne has a lot of that, Aatrox has a lot of that. Aatrox has actually 4 1-drops that can have Tough. That's insane. And the fact that Jinx plays a lot of units is a favorable fight for Thresh and Nasus. Nasus has give enemies -1, -0, and he will scale off dead enemy creatures. Thresh can scale off enemy creatures too. Good. Thing about to be mindful about is that you really do not want to be dropping lower than like 12, maybe 14 health, because Get Excited will deal 3, Mystic Shot will deal 2, Rocket will do 3, and yeah, this can happen in just 1 round. Also, there is a very fun way to counter Jinx, like besides just simple area of damage, area of effect damage, you can also try rare relic Berserker's Buckle. Each time your champion gets damaged, he survives damage, get +2/+2. At some point, Jinx might just start AFK. Like, she might be just skipping every attack because she doesn't want to scale your unit. That's pretty fun. Next, we have Viktor. Viktor can high roll any keyword. Of course, the worst part is that he can do Spell Shield and Lifesteal. He usually has a lot of elusive. His Augment Cat has elusive. He can high roll elusive on Viktor, and also that Mimic unit 5-drop can get elusive too. So that's what should we be playing around, like another Sharp Sight Relic against Jinx, against Viktor, against that, against Lulu. 0-3 Luminous Orb Sharp Sight. That's what people overlook a lot. Well, overall, Viktor can be menacing like 7 out of 10. He can be 9 out of 10 if there is natural magic for -2 cost to every card, but overall he is usually like 4 out of 10 difficult, just because there is nothing much that he can do. He can high roll, but he is on a weaker side, I would say. So next we have this list of challenges. Most of them will be looked later, like 63 is in the end, 8 is in the end, 24 is in the end. Most of other challenges are actually within the list, right here. And well, just be mindful that these can be harder than they look like challenge 24. It's mandatory to go through. I use Janna. well, I see fees, I know elusive units. This will be free. I don't care if that's vicious enemy. This will favor me too, and, well, what is this? It's just not changing much, but... Viega, that has Sovereign's Domination, Kill has apparently so many blockers that you would rather have Mass Overwhelm. It took quite some time to get through. And if you're under-leveled, under-prepared, then this challenge can go wrong, just so you know. And now we go through base recommendations. So everyone has their own collection, because, well, fragments, they're random. I have no idea what champions you have, what champions you do not have. All that I can say that if you want to upgrade your champion to full, it will take 540 fragments total. And that's insane amount of fragments. We get 5 a day. We used to get 4 every day, but well, now we have 5. We have a lot of rewards actually. Well, still, I make this guide, and when I say that, like, Volibear can do this, Vex can do this, or maybe Y can do this, usually I'm looking at 3-star champion. 3 stars is 40 fragments to unlock, and then 60 to upgrade champion to 3 stars. That's pretty much the power level that I'm looking at. Some champions are not really balanced well around 2 stars. Well, it's really hard to use champion before 2 stars, by the way, anyway. So Volibear is not really that strong at 2 stars, but at 3, the double amount of sigils, it makes a lot of difference. Vex too, at 3 stars she becomes so much stronger. Yasuo, at 3 stars he becomes so much stronger. Some champions actually work off certain relics, like Lux wasn't really that good without Chemtech Duplicator, and she scales with champion levels. Basically, you want your champion to be at level 20, so you can have champion in your hand at game start. If you don't, well, you're already playing from behind. You didn't get your win condition, probably. You didn't draw 1 at game start. So yeah, it is just generally recommended to have champion at level 20. And oftentimes against Ionia, against Shadow Isles, it's usually recommended to have champion level 25. We can do this because a level 25 enables us to have 3rd relic slot. And usually you... Let me actually show. Let's see Nautilus. So 3rd relic slot. And of course you can use +2 rerolls, but what's the best that we can do? Challenger, well, that's great. Quick attack, that's a lot. Overwhelm, that's insane. Regeneration against Caitlyn, or maybe Tough. And actually the best thing that... oh, that's good too. Banshee's Veil is just the best. Spell Shield. This, what can guarantee you your victory, oftentimes. Like, it can... if you were at 70% to win, as if there are 30% chance, there is 30% chance that enemy will high roll a recall. Then by having Spell Shield, you will just skyrocket to like 90-95% chance to win, just by that champion level and having that relic, common relic on your champion. Special rule number 1, Arms Race. So this rule is summoned to Funsmith, which You can actually look at the special rule from different perspectives. It's 2 extra damage on spells, 2 extra damage on skills, but it's also 2 extra minions on board, 2 extra created followers that are tempo free, kind of. So one of perspectives is you can add any low-cost champion with just 2 Dreadway Chase Gun relics, which create that shot for free. Let me show you. So we can do this. Dreadway Chase Gun, a rare relic. When I'm summoned, create 2 warning shots in hand. 0 mana, deal 1 to the enemy nexus, and if you have 2 Fansmith, that will be 3 damage. 4 relics, like 2 relics, 4 spells, 12 damage. This is one of the ways to look at this, and in the cap, so you can use basically any low-cost champion, just if you really want to and if you have these relics. Usually, like almost always, this is a way to go on any. Because any has also 2 extra spell skill damage. Therefore, every warning shot will be 5. And in total that's 20 damage for free by just playing one any for 1 mana. Also, this special rule synergizes with Jhin because he has a lot of skills. Gwen, Kaisa and Talia, because of their level 2 champion ability. We have Gwen, we have Kaisa, we have Talia on the top. And also basically a lot of other champions that have some skills. Twisted Fate, Misfortune. You could also use Mel, Veigar, Vex. Well, Veigar and Vex are here just because they do synergize, but they usually have different job, just so you know, so usually leave them for another work, preferably. You can also pick a relevant support champion. For example, Mel has, as a support champion, I think at least 1 spell. And when you play Mel, you will get another spell. So that works like a charm too. You could also play Volibear. I didn't really include him, but well, just so you know, if you have 2 Fansmith, if enemy has 2 Fansmith, and if you have 4 mana total, then you can play Avalanche. It will be 4 damage to every unit. You will kill 4 units and you will get 4 times 2 sigils, and you will just play Volibear on the spot, on the next tempo. Beautiful. Janna kinda synergizes with this, but Janna is a specific champion. You better enjoy playing her if you want to play her. Vi has, I think, Mystic Shot and Gotcha, that's 2 spells. There are different perspectives on this special rule too. So Ambessa has rule that when you attack with a unit, that unit and all of its copies everywhere will get +2/+1/+1. So you can summon a copy of Fansmith, you will attack with 3 of them, and every will get +3/+3. Beautiful. You could also play Aatrox Vayne, especially if they power spike at 4 stars, that's especially noticeable. So you will have Fansmith, that's 2/3 unit, you will give them equipment and equipment stats, and then Arm to the Teeth, another +2/+2. That works. I think I played it in challenge 58, if that's a really seen one. You could also do Garen in easier challenges. Every Fansmith will be +2/+2, but there is no other synergies, just you are scaling on board. Nora will give +3/+1 to every created ally. Lilia will give 2 spirit to every follower that was summoned but was not played. And against easier challenges, it's always fine to use Ornn or maybe Pike. Pike is kind of roll high or go home. I think, judging by his rules, he should make Fansmith lurkers, but, well, he's not really my style. If I want to gamble, well, I can play him, but not really. Don't really want to play him. And sometimes I pick Y, because this power to summon 2 Fansmith should trigger first, and then Y's 2-star power is draw 2 cards that cost 2 or less. And usually she has no units on board, but here she does. And the strongest Fansmith will get +0, +6 and some impact. Also, there is another kind of strategy to use. I used to use that. So you can do, well, let's say I was playing Nora, and I use Corrupted Star Fragment on Nora. And yeah, the key is Corrupted Star Fragment. Rare relic. You just heal your unit, you get for free all those stats, +2, +3, or in case of Nora that will be 5/4 for free. You know, why not? Sounds good. Now we go to challenges. Yes, and this way we will discuss every special rule and every challenge. Bear with me, yeah. This guide is 60,000 symbols. It's like 12,000 words. How long was your diploma, by the way? So, challenge number 6, Azir, Arms Race and Endure. Soldiers will be like 4 and 2 and Overwhelm. Fansmith will be 3/4, only enemy Fansmith hour will be still 2/3. Tragedy. But overall there is just no cunning things that he can do, there is no skills, there is no spell that he can do, and that's just stats on board, raw stats. Speaking of Azir, he's usually a Tempo warrior, at least that's the way I call Kaisa, Azir, Darius, maybe some other enemies too, and the way to play against Azir is usually you want to stabilize within like 3 or 4 rounds. It's not about planning your victory, it's about actually stabilizing and have a plan against the strongest stuff that he can do. Strongest stuff, and by that I mean he might have 2 soldiers with 2 health, and there can be a way to negate that, you know? I did it with Annie, so Dreadway Chase Gun worked, and it actually works pretty good. If you have, well, any questions, let me know, but a lot of champions at top. Strategy against Azir is pretty much the same as in his campaign against Viktor, so it shouldn't be really bothersome. Next we go to challenge 27. Arms Race, Yasuo, Jinx, and Strictness in Swiftness. Enemy units have first strike. So enemy champions have first strike, just tailor it in, so it doesn't really change much. Jinx units are extremely weak. 1-1 for 0-3 Chomper, like it doesn't change much too. In Yasuo deck, you could see a couple of... I think there is one challenger that already has first strike, and outside of that there's just no challenger that this first strike is relevant for. Nothing to be scared of. Against Jinx, well, we know how to play against her. Against Yasuo, usually you want to go somewhat tall, somewhat wide. More than one creature, preferably like 3 or 4 creatures. One can be really weak, others should be 4-5 or 5-6, or if he has Yona, then stronger than Yona, so you can block. Entire win condition of Yasuo is that he levels up his champion and controls the board using that champion. It's really hard to actually complete that, so Yasuo is usually fairly weak opponent, or yeah, fairly weak enemy. I guess Jinx is somewhat scary because of arms race. Fansmith will buff her rocket, and therefore you could play off certain strategy known as pass, 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 let enemy attack. It's really bad to lose your own Fansmith, so if you have a way to throw some fire at enemy, like Misfortunes or Twisted Fates make it rain, that's a good idea. If you can play Warwick, you can play that 2-star 1 mana spell Blood Hunt, 3 damage to 2 enemies for 1 mana. Against Jinx it will work like a charm, it will do a lot of damage and it will save you a lot of life. Also, we can notice that Lilia will give 2 spirit to our Fansmith, and therefore they will be 4-5 and they will survive that super mega death rocket. I actually completed this on Y, I think. Yeah, I did Y, but that's because I'm kind of into fun per hour guy. I see Jinx, I know that this power is for Jinx, like, you're not a mini boss, you're actually the real boss, and I pick Y. Just as a thematic duel. Then we go Challenge 33. Now this one is interesting. Sovereign's Domination and Arms Race. Oh yeah, this can be harder than it looks like. So every enemy has his own nuance. Vega will most likely have 2 Sovereign's Dominations, which means that, well, there is unit in the graveyard, and this power triggers twice on the same unit in the graveyard. So Vega during certain rounds will have 2 copies of a strongest allied that actually died last round. These can be threatening, especially if we defend it late game-ish. And now we cannot just let it through, we cannot go through his defenses. That's one of the things to be mindful about, like, we need to think about all the possible skill issue problems. Viega in monthly challenges is much weaker than in Gallo adventure. There is no spell shield on Viega, there is no, or at least there is no upgrade on that spell heal unit and give -2, -0 to every other. It's like Dawning Shadow or something, I don't remember. There is no draw 1 on that spell if it actually exists. There is no create copies of this in library, so Vega is much easier, times easier. The only thing that we should care about is, well, when we are at like 7 and 8 mana, if we actually are this so far into late game, then his board can be like 40-40 in total. There will be Viega 10+/10+. There can be that thingy, Hydra, whatever unit that summons mists. There will be another mist and another mist. So preferably we want to win within like 6 rounds before 7 mana, or within the round of 7 mana. Sadly, this is how it goes. Well, but on the bright side, usually at challenge 33, enemy doesn't really have a lot of health and it's not really that hard. Once again, Viega is just much easier than in Galio Adventure. Then Ezreal. So Static Shock will deal 3 to 2 targets for 1 mana. Beautiful. And the most beautiful part about it is that it will kill our Fansmith just on the spot. Maybe even 2, maybe even both of them. So once again, we want to have a plan. We can go for like a 50-50 to save our unit. Well, it's not like 50-50, it's either 1 in 4 or 1 in 8 to save our unit. I mean, to lose our unit. I completed this challenge using Aatrox. I kind of gambled on that. I just really wanted to use some equipment. I'm big fan of equipment in this game. At least used to be before KL appeared in Path of Champions. So my Fansmith was like... Oh, by the way, Aatrox is currently bugged. He has been bugged for about half a year. When you equip an ally with a darkened equipment, and that equipment has item, say studded leather or maybe phage, it will be duplicated. It will be added again. So phage gives +2/+2, equipment will give +4/+4. Then this ally dies, you equip this equipment to another guy, and now that's not 2 phages and +4/+4, this will be 3 phages and +6/+6. So, as I understood it correctly, my unit instantly gained +6/+6. I guess that's what happened. I mean, I didn't use Aatrox once last month and months before that, but this is extremely long bug. It happened in Titans of Runeterra about 5 months ago. So yeah, be mindful about possibility of enemy Ezreal sniping your own Fansmith, and you might be either playing Make It Rain in response to his Static Shock, so you want him to play Ezreal, or maybe Static Shock first, and only then you use your spell. Therefore, this way, you will always use that extra spell damage. Otherwise, he will just do the thing in response and he will negate most of your damage. Challenge 58. Yep, another Aatrox. I guess I'm on a hype train of Aatrox. Irelia and Lee Sin. Completed Aatrox. So both of these enemies are from Ionia. Therefore, you probably want Spell Shield on your allies. At least on your win condition or, well, on your champion. The way I look at this, so I have a certain list of champions that Epic Relic free-to-play Black Shield is just a second nature for them. Like, some of champions are so universal and versatile that, well, Black Shield is probably... Spell Shield is just what they want. And Atrox is one of those champions. You can use Beast Within, but I got Beast Within just a couple of months ago actually. It was one of my very last free-to-play epics that I got, and I'm actually happy about that, because it's such an easy mode, you cannot really... So... Spell Shield is king in this fight. If you do not have Black Shield, you can use a level 25 champion that has enabled third relic slot, common relic slot, and you can just use Spell Shield in that relic slot. Speaking of these enemies, Irelia usually is 3 mana 5/4, and you can plan, I think, both Make It Rain from Misfortune or Twisted Fate to kill her. Like, Irelia plays herself, and you just use Make It Rain, and that's it. Beautiful. There is a high chance that she will be killed. You could also I guess you could use Warwick with big guns. If you have this epic relic, it will give +1 spell damage to every spell you do, and this way your Bloodhound will deal 4 damage. That's 2 targets, 4 damage. Once Fansmith is dead, one Irelia is dead. Next round we repeat. Beautiful. Why can be kind of fine idea too. Mystic Shot usually is 2 mana 4 damage, it will be 2 mana 6 damage right here, and he has Gotcha, another spell for 3 damage. That will be 5 damage if you just draw it in your opponent hand. That's pretty good too. I just prefer equipment over farming spells, I guess. Or maybe I play just spells a fight before this one. And also there can be another good variant. You could play Kain, that's really good into Irelia. We are speaking about Irelia because Lee Sin is not actually hard enemy, so we are playing against Irelia, right? Right. When we play Kain against Irelia, every blade dance that she does, it will actually heal our units. Our units, if they are stronger than the blade, they will fight. Our units will heal to full, get +2/+2, and that will happen every time, and Irelia might go just AFK at certain point. That's really nice. Then we have Challenge 70. Lulu. So this is Vicious Enemy, extra turrets after image. All of these rules will be ahead, and we will have briefing for these rules. And right now we will just speak about Lulu and this challenge in particular. So, short guide on Lulu was before in our champion section. Right now we can go to a couple of nuances. The first one. Round 1, Lulu summons a 0/1 turret that has Challenger. And she has enough mana to play Lulu. So if she has attack token, she plays Lulu, you play something, and she can attack instantly. Lulu's wording is support, make my ally 4/4. Therefore, this 0/1 turret will become 4/4 Challenger, and it can just kill anything. It can kill your champion that you just, well, recklessly slammed onto the board. This free turret can kill Fansmith just for fun. Yeah, something can go wrong. And also, that's like already 3-4 enemies on board. It's really hard to use Make It Rain to kill everyone, but it's still fine. Considering all the given rules, like after image and the way that turret scale, and considering the fact that just this is challenge 70, ideally most people still have some wildcard, I think. Well, if you do not, yeah, sure, let's think about it once again. I think I could use Aatrox or Vayne, because that counters Lulu in the first place. Right, we give equipment to Squirrel, or maybe to a living Unsmith, unsilenced, untransformed one. Either way, Aatrox and Vayne will make this polymorphed unit still relevant. I'm pretty sure you could also still use any in this challenge, so it will be harder. It will not be like a brain dead speedrun, but it still will be, it should be fairly easy if you have the full build. And by full build I mean if you have Dreadway Chase Gun, and preferably Echoing Spirit, or maybe extra spell damage. The way to play any is to use any, sacrifice any, use another any, preferably sacrifice it again, use another any, and ideally you want your Fansmith at least one on board, so it will end faster. And within 3 any's, it's usually almost done. So this is Lulu, and alternative win condition milling enemy library through Fiddlesticks is pretty relevant. At 3 stars this should be fine. At 4 stars with Disarmed, this actually should be like a good idea, because you will pretty much ignore Adoribus, you will pretty much ignore After Image, she might just rely Squirrel, and you will win like before round 7, I think. So it's really hard for Lulu to go nuts. Lulu is fairly weak in a way that, yeah, she can high roll, but if you just kill every second ally that she has, she loses a lot of damage, and using Disarmed will cut a lot more damage again, so you're basically cutting 50% of her damage, and she is already not doing much when she tries to rush you down. And by the way, speaking of rush, if you feel like rushing Lulu down, then probably just do not use Nidalee, because Adoribus is a transform effect, and your Nidalee's power will trigger that way. So if you want to rush Lulu down, the way I noticed that I always used to use Jax. Well, you can do whatever. There was a huge list of champions. Just make sure you have Crown Guard Inheritance, and you should be winning like within maybe 6 rounds or 7 rounds, preferably like on your 3rd attack or your 4th attack at the most latest point. Either way, Lulu will go out of steam. It's just all about turrets in the end. Next we have Mortal Marks. Mortal Marks. Do I have another? Yes, that works. So, Epic Mortal Marks. Any creature, when is summoned, it will shrink to 1 health. This means that any area of effect spell, any of area effect damage that deals just 1 damage will kill anything. And the main principle of these challenges will be AoE enemy and do not be AoE'd. Once again, Misfortune pretty good at this, Twisted Fate is pretty good at this. These two just they're pretty in general above average. They can do some good stuff. I could also say that Jack is kind of fine in this particular fight. He's kind of clunky, he is really hard to drive him. He doesn't really scale in normal challenges, but in monthly challenges he is not really the weakest champion. He is fine, but it's not really that feel good. But he is fine. So Caitlyn can be pretty good too. If you're level 20 but at 2 stars, she probably can still manage most of the mortal marks. You keep Guardian Angel and Stalker's Blade. You kill one when you summon Caitlyn, you then block, die, kill another one. Therefore one Caitlyn actually killed 3 units and she is still alive. Yeah, that's nuts. Warwick can be pretty good because every round he can kill 2 enemies for just 1 mana, works like a charm. Once again at 2 stars, pretty viable champion. Veigar, Fiddle, Vex, Yuumi, they all work. Veigar obviously deals at least 2 damage within 1 darkness, but he wants to counter Katarina, and there will be more than 3 Katarinas this month. Fiddlesticks give gloom to 2 enemies, that works. Vex has deal 1 to all enemies. If you have her upgraded, then support champions have when you play me give gloom to every enemy. That's pretty nuts too. But I'd say that Vex deserve different opponent like Undying Rage. We will talk about it later. Yuumi is pretty good. So at 4 stars she gives barrier to your 1 creature. Her signature spell will kill another creature by just dealing 1 damage, and this way you traded 0, just 1 card for 2 enemy creatures. But Yuumi usually is supposed to be played in harder challenges or in a different kind of... Well, it's fine to use it here. There will be just 1 legendary small stuff. Just plan ahead, alright? And then we have once again Atrox Swain. Just like against Lulu, they can give equipment, armed to the teeth, that's like +4, +4, +5, +4, and even more to 1/1, or rather X1 unit. Lux Illuminated has barrier, and when you target an ally, give it spirit, so that ally will actually scale. This old Teemo can use darts to kill enemies. It's just 1 damage, but that's just enough, you know. New Teemo might be good, but I didn't really get to play new Spirit Blossom champions just yet. Oh, and of course Stalker's Blades, yeah. So if you have Stalker's Blades, almost any champion can equip 1, maybe 2, and you play that for 1, 2, 3 mana and you will kill several enemies for free, basically. And at this point I also wanted to notice the Memacian might too. So there is nothing really to talk about it. Just do not let enemy attack, do not let enemy strike rather. And that's it. What is written, that will happen. Only one thing to be noticed actually, that if enemy has first strike or double attack, then that +2/+2 effect will trigger first. So if you wanted to trade into first strike enemy that has Memacian Might too, something can go wrong, just be vigilant about that. But we still probably want to play off board control, So challenge number 2. This one is where Sejuani kind of counters herself. So Sejuani's own power is give your allies +1/+1. And then mortal marks will happen, shrinking that to 1 health. Oh, well, we just play off Targon discount and usually it's pretty much board control, right? Heal has a lot of stats, stun ally, or give ally stats, stun enemy. Leona can stun enemy within 2 cards, the bird and Leona herself. Morgana is stun bot, just like in League of Legends, kind of root for 3 seconds. Emotional damage. Well, just play around the discount. Yeah, nothing to be talked about it. You're not coming to be listening how to counter challenge number 2 anyway, right? So challenge number 11. Rise of Progress, Swain Zoe. Strike the set. When the foe attacks, stun our weakest unit. And whatever I can find just to make it more random. That's kind of interesting. So this is just a combination of Price of Progress and Mortal Marks. It can be a little bit disturbing first. You just gotta get used to this. I'm not used to Price of Progress, by the way. After all this month, I still just, wow, what is this power? Well, first of all, we want to filter our possible champions based on Price of Progress special rule. And by the way, I actually didn't list it here, but this support champion can also work, I think. I mean, it will be in a Price of Progress. Yeah, these 3 lines are about mortal marks. So, I was about to say that this card, when you get him as a support champion, there is 3 mana spell, summon 2 1-cost creatures. It will be 1 mana, and it's pretty good. Also, Bilgewater as a region, you can get Make It Rain in a shop, and this is a 2-fight adventure, so there will be a shop. Yep, you can roll for Make It Rain. You can roll for Make It Rain even if you are not playing Misfortune or Twisted Fate. Enemies, pretty generic. Swain is generic, just Noxian. Zoe is pretty fairly weak too, like she has 1/1 stealth unit, another unit is kind of Overwhelm, another unit is Spell Shield. Yeah, that's an annoying 4 drop, I think. I did this on Enya, I think. Yeah, like there is nothing to favor the Dreadway Chase Gun any build, and I still did it just for fun. So basically it means that if I played it as any that has +2 damage, then basically anyone can do Arms Race Challenge without any power. You just play low cost champion, you get Dreadway Chase Gun warning shots, and you go in, you send it. Kind of, if you want to play following the rules, then I guess you can try out Berserker's Buckle. That's a relic that I will recommend a lot this month, and I'm definitely on a hype train of that relic for quite some time this year. Preferably you want that relic on a elusive champion. So against Swain, you play elusive champion with Berserker Buckle. You trade into enemy, you do not die. Then his Swain's Suffer will deal 1, try to deal 1. If you have tough, it will deal 0, but you will still get +2/+2. And that's just beautiful. Here against Zoe, we have elusive champion into elusive enemy units. Preferably we want to have like 3 health, just in case if that Celestial 2/1 Challenger creature snake. If that snake challenges you, you want to have 3 health. You might also want to use Corrupted Star Fragment if you are into this strategy. But overall, like, yeah, we are filtering by price of progress, and price of progress briefing will be later. Overall, this should be a fairly easy challenge. Next one, 31. Interesting. Misfortune Draven, the first attack Draven, and Memacian Might too. So anyone has 1 health, but enemy is scaling through Memacian Might. You want to be playing through board control, definitely, and therefore Misfortune and Twisted Fate are my favorites in this fight. You could also use Misfortune through Spellcaster build, let's say Grand General's Counterplan, maybe Mass Challenger if you are if you have no upgrades in Constellation. I used to play like this exactly. You can use Ludens Tempest, you can use big guns if you want to. In normal adventures it's better to use Ludens Tempest, I would say, but in Monthlies it's fine to use big guns because there is a lower chance that you will get Undying, there is a lower chance that you will get Shadow Totem and stuff like that. Veigar here might be fine, but well, so Misfortune, she will run out of steam. She is one of the weaker enemy champions. Draven, yeah, that's so he has a lot of value. And like, you can say that Veigar is fine into this, but you might run out of steam actually before the enemy will. So I wouldn't recommend Veigar right here. Warwick should be better because for 1 mana you will kill 2, and against Misfortune that's more than enough. Against Draven that will be exactly enough. You can also wait for enemy to attack, to like declare attack, and only then you will play Blood Hunt to kill Draven, to kill another, either the guy that gives Overwhelm or the one that is overwhelming, or if overwhelming person is actually Draven, that's 2 birds 1 stone, beautiful. We could also use Vex in this fight, so speaking of Vex, you definitely have to plan ahead, because Gloom is such a unique mechanic, and this month there will be 2 Undying Rages. If you want to use Vex against both, then, well, you have only 1 Vex left. If you have 2-star Caitlyn, that is like level 20, right? There is a chance that you will lose against Draven. It's like 60 to 65% chance to win, I would say. Well, just in case. So if you can get her to higher level, if you can get her to 3 stars, then it should be better, just because of Memacian Might. It's actually, it can go wrong, it will be scary. You can lose if you just let Draven level up and scale with double attack. Preferably you want to learn how to use shop. If you didn't learn yet, just do not overroll when you choose support champion and roll for upgrades in a shop. That's probably actually the main skill that we need in this challenge. Then we have challenge 67. Right? Yep. Mortal Marks, vicious enemy, chorus of power. Misfortune, Thresh, and I actually played Vayne. So... as I said, for Snorlax. 4 stars Vayne, 4 stars Atrox are pretty good into this. Here we are playing against Misfortune that is fairly weak, and against Thresh that will most likely place Thresh just round 1 and maybe round 2 due to vicious enemy and actually chorus of power. So Thresh will be 6-1 challenger. That's kind of menacing. He will always trade 1 for 1, but you know, early game it's better to sacrifice something into Thresh rather than see him scaling and, well, leveling up, not really scaling, right? Ideally you want to AoE enemy down, but I guess if I completed this on Vayne, then you can do just within any given playstyle that we talked about. Like, Misfortune will definitely be much easier, much better in this one. Then we have Memacian Might. Challenge 31 and 51. So challenge 31 is this, we just talked about it, and that's actually the reason why I placed it right after. And challenge 51. Z after image. Yeah, this can be scary. Vicious enemy after image, Memacian Might. A lot of spell mana to everyone. So nuance right here is that Z's signature power is Blade into Darkness. If our Nexus took damage, or rather if enemy damaged our Nexus this round, then round end, strongest enemy will strike it again, which will trigger Memacian Might, and that creature will get +2/+2. If that creature is Z, it will get +4/+4. Like, if that actually did strike our Nexus during attack, that's 2/2, then round end, another strike, another +2/+2, and next copies will be a lot. After image is just annoying, oppressive. Extra mana gives enemy extra tempo. Z is 3 mana 5/4. If he levels up, he will be 6/5. So preferably, like, we want to play, we need to play using that sorcery power. Refill all players' spell mana. We need to find a way, we need to find a high roll. Into this I think I picked Lilia. Yeah, Lilia. Lilia is one of my most confident champions into such kind of pressing if we have sorcery on board. Her best in slot build is Eking Spirit, Stalker's Blade and Guardian Orb. You could use 2 Guardian Orbs or 2 Stalker's Blades, but that's just worse. Preferably you want to be negating all the downsides and then playing off high roll. And therefore, Eking Spirit, Guardian Orb, Stalker's Blade are the way. Then you have to not lose by skill issue. Sometimes you need to sleep enemy instead of sleeping your Lilia during enemy attack, like if he plays something silly. Speaking of another champions, well, first of all, we need to pick champion from this list of sorcery abusers. That will it will be later once again in the video, but challenge where Snorlax. I'm recording. Snorlax. So, Gale should be a pretty good option. You can buff your unit and stun enemy. If you stun that, you and a lot of tempo. Like basically you stopped 2 enemy attackers for free, for very little mana at burst speed. Gale kind of lacks some draw. Gale lacks summoning several units at once. Against that, that's probably exactly what can be a reason of defeat. Well, if you used to play Gale, then you probably should know that tempo is one of Gale's weaknesses. Using sorcery Nami, I would say, can be pretty good, because, well, she will just heal up Nexus. She can be fine into elusive enemies by sniping using her own power. Snorlax, why are you pressing buttons? LeBlanc can low roll. Veigar can lose. They are all fine, but they kinda can lose. So there is just... It's really hard to guarantee a victory by strategizing and picking your champion. You can just low roll the attack token. Enemy will play best in slot 3 times in a row and you will just lose. And like nothing you can do. If you have already lost into this, yeah, sure, Jinx, Swain, whatever will do. But you can try to do this using Lilia, Kayle, Nami, Yasuo, or any other preferred champion that just fits the sorcery power. So, all of these champions are here for power of observation, nautical nutrients, and kind of trick of the light command that will happen later, but it kind of still fits in this list. So we are discussing this, and I cannot do that. So this way. There is one thing in common between all of these powers. You can just play one spell. It can be buff or debuff, and that will actually control the board just from that very moment. So usually I call it homework, or rather home task, and like anyone can play whatever they want. We can have Kayle, because Blessing of Targon will give a lot of stats, and we have just either for free, we have this spell for free because of power of observation, or it can be played for 4, or rather even for 3 if you have all the upgrades. I do not. That's pretty much an insane upgrade that I'm intentionally not upgrading. We can have Viktor in line 3. He has some created cards, he has some spells. He has Aftershock at burst speed for 5 damage. So he uses spells, he uses creatures. Yeah, he fits. We have Nami. She will just use a lot of spells once again. A lot of created cards. Tryndamere, Call to Arms. He works in Power of Observation, he works in Nautical Noxians, he can work in Price of Progress too. You just use Call to Arms at Focus Speed. You want as many heavy creatures as possible. You want Echoing Spirit, Epic Relic, you want maybe Chameleon's Necklace too, and it just works. Veigar, pretty much obviously, well, he is just in the list. Like, I shouldn't really include him, because he has a better job to do, but, well, he fits, so he's included. Lilia on line 3, she definitely works in Power of Observation, she definitely works in Nautical Noxians, she is one of the best champions for that. One of the best champions defensively overall. Yeah, so... Well, in the middle we have Ambessa. Ambessa is kind of a fun per hour champion at this point, with given rules. So if you have just 3 extra spell mana, then you can play your create a spell instantly. If you have another ally on board, with Power of Observation you play unit. Next round you either gather mana or play your spell. You have your mana back, and then you play your spell every round. That's a ready set business. If we use Trick of the Light common, then that spell will be duplicated. Infinite value pretty much. So who else? Well, I see Master Yi, but where is Lee Sin? Lee Sin can be added too. I cannot move mouse because of my cat. Yep, because of you. Yeah. Snorlax. She... oh my god. Well, if something goes wrong, it's not because of me. So yeah, Lee Sin, Master Yi, both have created spells. Those spells cost mana, so it works. They are kind of like average above average. Snorlax. Нет, no. Ай-яй-яй. А-та-та. And they work. Then we have Jace, create a spell. Yep, that works. We have Set, that can create a lot of coins, and if you really want to, they will be duplicated, but I'm not really into playing sets this way, just so you know. Well, he has created units, so he works with Trick of the Light common. LeBlanc, she uses spells, she has some created spells too. Varus, created spells, simply spells, Hymn of Valor. This can go here too. This can go here too. Whom do we want to include as well? I think I do not see a certain champion. I might be mistaken. Oh, yeah. Jenna. It's really hard to catch her without her skin, so I have Victorious Jenna skin. She's so different here. And Illaoi, well, if you're a pervert, yeah, sure. You can use Illaoi. She is fine. She is fun. Echoing Spirit. Well, these champions are fine too, but I guess that's pretty obvious. So if you are into using Echoing Spirit, this can be fine too. This can be like somewhat average, can be in the list, might not be in the list. Caitlyn, if you have Echoing Spirit, she's fine too. Garen, single combat, can be used every round. Yep, that's cool. Mel. I'm yet to play Mel at higher levels. So I didn't really theorycraft anything, but she should be fine. Okay. We will add them. Alright. We move to challenge number 28. 29. 29 or 28? I think we should be discussing 28 right now. I used Kale. Yeah, another Z, another Draven. So this is challenge 51, but downscaled a little bit. So much easier without Memacian Might, without vicious enemy. We can heal up using Nami. We can stun enemy core unit using Morgana or Yasuo. If you have pretty confident Ashe, and by that I mean like 4 stars Ashe, certain epic relic that you want to use, Valkyrie's Blade. Some people use Frozen Tomb, some people use Beast Within. I sometimes use Living Weapon because I just want to scale like that. So yeah, if you have confident Ashe, then sure, you can try this. Like Ashe should be fine into Draven, and 4 stars Ashe should be fine into Z. But 3 stars might not be enough. I use Gale. Well, there are just a lot of champions that we want to use into this sorcery power, like pick your favorite, alright? Like you got to find your favorite champions into this power. Oh, also, by the way, there can be Nika. I completely forgot. She's insane into that. Then we have challenge 44. Irelia with stand and sorcery. Another Lilia, well, that was definitely an overkill. I should have kept Lilia for harder challenges. I'm a little bit sad that I used her right away. I guess that's fine. So this is Irelia that will scale Irelia. I into E, what? We are afraid of Irelia's recall. That's like her most important spell. 5 mana spell, target an enemy unit, recall it, and Blade Dance too. This way she recalls our blocker, she triggers Blade Dance, and using her power she will use another strongest unit to attack. So unsummon enemy follower, deal 10 for 5 mana, which is a spell. Yep, insane. Like I feel that I could have completed it using Kindred, no joke. Against Irelia, I just want to notice that, like, yeah, we stand, whatever, but Irelia is the thing that we are playing around, and against her, I usually use Rare Relic Berserker's Buckle, which gives +2/+2 when our champion is damaged. And this way we will be scaling off her Blade Dances every time. So using Ahri is a great option right here. Why does Ahri work right here? Well, because Ahri at 3 stars is when you summon ally, give it spirit. And Blade Dance is 2/2. So like, if you are 3/3, if you have 3 health, you just block, you get +2/+2. At certain level, you will just, oh my, that's a double click. If you have Chosen by the Stars, Epic Relic, you will start regenerating. overwhelming and challenging, if that's a word. And also fated helps Ari to scale too. Good stuff. Let me take a look again. So yeah, Kain is pretty good into Aurelia, but I just wanted to use something else. I invented this build. I'm using it with a pleasure. Other than that, well, I guess Caitlyn can work too. You use Stalker's Blade, you use Guardian Angel, you just summon Caitlyn, you block, you die, you revive, you strike again. Aurelia can be dead, and yep, that should work. Other than all the champions I had, right? Challenge 51, that we have already discussed. Power of observation. Draven, Water's Flow, Power of Observation. Well, what can we really say about this one? When enemy plays a spell, give its weakest unit +1/+1, and Draven can use spells, but it's not really scaling. That's not really a way to scale his units. We have to high roll through this power. Each round, the first time you play a spell, refill mana equal to its cost. That's a 2-star challenge, low health, low amount of cards, should be easy. I used Lux Illuminated, so we can use Barrier anytime. I actually plan to kill him within 2 attacks, I think. So ideally I want to be attacking second, so he doesn't really have Draven on his first attack, so I can develop for 2 mana, for 3 mana. Maybe even skip round 1, then play Luxie, so I can have Barrier on Luxie on my... well, whenever I want, just in case. If I use Archangel Staff, then I definitely should play Unit round 1, then Luxie round 2, then have Archangel Staff, all 3 mana. Then he attacks, I give Barrier to unit against Draven. I give +2/+2 to another unit that is blocking, and then on the very next attack we just win. Round 41. Gathering Storm, Ezreal, Power of Observation. So this will be Targon Ezreal. We have talked about Ezreals in our champion section. Yeah, this will be Memacian, you know, I know. Gathering Storm is threatening, that's for sure, but man, we're also playing against swap bot, like... Well, luckily Power of Observation cannot really give Ezreal a high roll. Any spell he plays is just 1 mana anyway. Well, here I most definitely played Kayle. So there are 2 ways to play Kayle. You can play just normally. You can use Black Shield, you can use Beast Within if you want, if you can have Found Fortune. So you play Kayle into Mystic, that's a 4-drop, to give ally +1/+1 and silence enemy follower. Yep, that's insane. Sacred Technique is best in slot, of course, and you can also stun enemy at burst speed. Yeah, that's beautiful, but you can also use Kayle using Gatebreaker, like that's Targon Ezreal. He will stun your units during his attack. You might sacrifice something because you don't want to die. It's really hard to attack into him because he has all those stuns and draws, and yeah, so Gatebreaker Kayle is a way. You can cosplay 6 stars Ashe at home. Mom, can we have 6 stars Ashe? Well, we have 6 stars Ashe at home. At 4 stars, I would say that at like my level, Ambassa can be pretty good too, so Ambassa doesn't really need many relics. She's just fine, she is strong, and you just use Black Shield by default. This will help. And playing against Swap bot means that you want to be scaling. You want to go wide, and either everyone goes tall or no one goes tall. And in Ambassa deck, everyone goes tall. That's the beauty of playing against Swap bot. And also we have Challenger barrier into stealth unit, into elusive Ezreal. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Another way to play into Ezreal is once again Berserker's Buckle. He might want to static shock your champion if that's the only unit on board. Like, I do not remember, but maybe, just maybe, if you have Nexus and champion, and if he plays static shock, then he might be targeting 2 every time. And because he is elusive, you can also play Luminous Orb for +0/+3. That will help a lot. So combination of these 2 relics will pretty much negate him during attack. And everything else, well, Power of Observation, a list of champions atop. Alright, then we have No Looking Back. I did actually set up next one. Interesting. Well, so you cannot really play around No Looking Back, and if you managed to play using this power, and if this made actually a difference, please let me know. You must be actually world first to achieve that. You can actually play around this power. You always want to have some draw, you always want to have some options. This is a strategy game. Like, this is not okay to play around this power. Challenge number 3, Poppy, Jinx. Well, we have already discussed Jinx. Poppy is probably, well, challenge number 3. No way you're coming here to... Yo, how do I go through challenge number 3? Ain't no way that is happening. Challenge number 25, Age of Conquest, strongest attacking unit, and next. $55. Speak about... So, there is Swain. We play around Suffer. So we are either trade 1-for-1 or we use Nexus Health as a resource. That's it. That's tactics against Swain. Now, challenge 55, Mana Flow, Zed and Aurelia. That's a rough one. Well, generally speaking, you do not want to be losing your nervous system right here, and oh my god, Snorlax. You probably want to use Jinx, because these are 2 top enemies. They have an upside. They have Mana Flow. You do not have anything, you're just playing from deficit, and... well... if you do not want to, yeah, sure, let's think about options. So this is to fight adventure, which means that there will be shop. Where or cat. Noodles just did a circle around me. Can you not? Can you not do that? She just jumped down, jumped again. So this is 2-fight adventure. There will be a shop right before the first fight. And we can use champion that can basically high roll over the shop. If you have Vex at around 4 stars, that can be great. So you go 1 star, 2 star, 3 stars, and then you can go left for this upgrade. Or you can go for 10 Nexus health, explosive finale, and into this one. Damaging spells you acquire in adventures have charging sigil 3 plus 4 damage. It means that every support champion will have this, so you pick Ezreal, he will have static shock and true shot barrage. And both of those spells will have this item for plus 4 extra damage on every source. In a shop, every spell that you find will have plus 4 damage too. This is one of the most insane powers in minor stars that you can find. No joke. This changes a lot. And that's why Vex is one of the best champions for 2-fight adventures. 55, right? So, who else? If you feel like playing board-oriented deck into Ionia, well, sure, you could try Atrox. At 4 stars, he is fine. He has a lifesteal unit that can go. That lifesteal unit can grow like up to 10-10 round 3, I think. No, it is 2-2 or 2 probably. And then you equip with a 4-4 equipment and then arm to the teeth. 4-4 because double fetch bug. +6/+6, yeah, there should be 10-8 creature. Lifesteal too. All you need is just Black Shield to guarantee a lifesteal. Yeah, that should be pretty good. And I completed it using Volibear, because Volibear is one of the most confident picks against such boards that I have. I could of course use Black Shield on Volibear too, but it's not really that important, because every time you play Titanic Ally, it strikes enemy. Oh, when you summon Titanic Ally, it strikes the weakest enemy. It's like Trifarin Might at home. So I was not scared of Will of Ionia or her 5 mana recall because of that power. And probably I was just lazy to change it. I think I did Found Fortune. Whom else? Well, Ahri can do fine probably if you have mana flow. So the very same fashion, so you use Ahri to block ephemeral units, then you scale up to just enough to block Irelia and Zed. You play around Twin Discipline 4+3+0, and then you start attacking. You use Challenger, Overwhelm, First Strike. That works. 3-4-star Caitlyn should work too. You use Guardian Angel, you use Stalker's Blade. I prefer Echoing Spirit as a third item. You can use either Echoing Spirit or Stalker's Blade or Guardian Angel or whatever you feel like. Everything actually works. So Thresh is somewhat fine defensively. After Constellation release, he summons 1-drop, another 1-drop has Shadow Totem, and then another 1-drop that you always have in hand by game start is actually 2 blockers. So yeah, that's pretty good. And also Vengeance skill into both that anti-relic, that's pretty good. Misfortune, I am extremely confident in my misfortune. Like, free monkey every round to block someone, make it rain to kill someone, and it's really rare to not have two make it rains in hand. Yeah, that should work. Warwick is usually an okay character at 3 stars even. So if you have Warwick at 4 stars, what does it really change? So it basically enables your Warwick on play effect. If you do not have that, well, you can have Scorch Stash, Plunder -2 cost, or Packed Powder. Plunder, once again, -2 cost. You play Blood Hunt onto enemy Nexus, onto enemy at round 2, and then you play Warwick for 1 mana, and then he strikes damaged enemy if you didn't have 4-star upgrade. That's how it should work. And that's Stalker's Blade on demand. You can also use Stalker's Blade, so you will kill 2 enemies or actually kill 1 thick enemy. That should be fine. And then challenge 57. Z, oh no, not Z. Azir, Fizz, Snorlax. Vicious Enemy, Sovereign's Domination, Beyond Mere Flash, no looking back. So, Vicious Enemy, check. Sovereign's Domination, interesting. No looking back doesn't really help us. Beyond Mere Flash, yeah, that looks insane, but it actually is not insane. So, Azir's units, soldiers, will have Overwhelm. That's +1/+1. That's it. Fizz. Elusive units will have +1/+1. Shark will have +1/+1 because she has Overwhelm. But overall, this epic is worse on average than Endure from challenge number 5. So we do not have no looking back. Enemy has not even a rare power, Snorlax. And that's basically just Vicious Enemy and a skill issue, Sovereign's Domination. So please do not be scared of this in the first place. I completed this one using Kaisa because there are 2 fights and Kaisa is one of the best champions to high roll in the shop. Not like really the best, but she's top tier. And she's definitely the best Shuriman character to high roll. Sometimes you just want to play Shuriman characters. Sovereign's Domination means that whoever is killed will go to enemy. And, well, I guess I was just over-prepared for after image. Evolve should be triggered by every player separately. And also Kaisa's 2-star power is allies with 3+ keywords have +2/+2. Therefore, our evolved unit with 3 keywords has extra +4/+4. Enemy will get nothing of that. So Kaisa is actually really good into Sovereign's Domination and especially good into after image. I think we know how to play against Azir, right? We play around his soldiers that are at 2 health once again. We play around Emperor's Divide that will summon 6 soldiers. We are playing against Fizz that has a lot of elusive units. We can use Sharp Sight, we can use Berserker's Buckle if you're into that now. Well, that's just a poor man's build, like that's one of the best rare relics. That's why I promote it so much. There are not really a lot of cunning things to play around. Yeah, let's just go next. Bundle magic. Bundle magic. Well, this should be a special rule that works kind of against us. Challenges 34. I see. So this is a tree, the bundle tree, that takes space on board and then starts taking space in our hand. And overall, when we have this special rule, I have 3 different playstyles to suggest. So the first one is completely ignore this special rule. Oh my gosh. So yeah, we currently do not really have such type of decks that need to throw out some trash from your hand. There is no Cyan, there is no... who else could use it? So yeah, there is no really deck that can utilize this correctly. Second one, we can use Thalia. I did set it up. Let's take a look. So we can use Thalia with like this setup. Scourged Stash, Plunder I cost 2 less. Packed Powder, Plunder I cost 2 less. And then this one, Found Fortune. Play Thalia, draw the highest cost card that costs less than my best cost. So 4 or less, like the right, she is 5 less than my base cost. Grant it epic item, reduce cost of that card to 0. Her deck is insanely cheap. We will get this 4 mana drop. It will be a 5/5 creature that has play, destroy a landmark. If this is allied landmark, then summon this Grumpy Rockbear. Once again, 2 birds, 1 stone. Beautiful. That's one of the ways to play with it. And third way is, well, you can actually play Bundle Tree the way it is supposed to be played. You can use Jax. Sure, let me show once again. So why Jax? Because he's not actually from Runeterra, like his deck is from everywhere. Shuriman card, Frail Yordim, Noxus, Ionia. What? Who is this stranger? And if you can count with me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, ni, san, shi, go, roku, hachi, nana. Yeah, that's like a lot of regions, and you can actually win naturally using Bundle Tree. That's a mini challenge if you really want to. Now we will discuss challenges. Challenge number 34. This is Kaisa, this is Undying Rage, and Bundle Tree. So this one is actually a little bit threatening. This Kaisa will, I looked it up, she will start at 3 mana. First creature will most likely not die, which means that first creature will have certain keywords like barrier, maybe a spell shield, maybe first strike. Then if it attacked and we blocked, if we attacked and it blocked, it might also have Tough, Fearsome and Overwhelm. Next round, that's almost always evolved, right? So be smart, you might not want to attack, you might not want to block, you might not want to trigger this Undying Rage round 1. Or if you have a way to play around it, yeah, sure, do. Like double Stalker's Blade, yep, you can do that. Generally speaking, the way to counter Undying Rage should be Gloom tokens. So we are looking at Vex or Fiddlesticks. Why Gloom tokens? Well, because Gloom is applied to enemy in -1/-1, right? So every time you deal Gloom damage, that creature gets Gloom token, and when creature dies, that creature gets revived, but for some reason all Gloom tokens are still on that creature. So it will be just 0/1, fearsome, tough, overwhelm, piece of nothing basically on board. That's just a unit to give Kaisa extra keywords. Another way to play Undying Rage is, generally speaking, you want a way to pick blockers. So Mass Challenger Relic is usually one of the best in slot relics here. It makes huge difference. Another way to play against Undying Rage is to play Tahm Kench, because he doesn't really kill enemy, he captures enemy. And well, yeah, Undying Rage didn't trigger, and it will still trigger later if you trade, but that unit was captured, it's now gone, it's now exiled until Tahm Kench is present on board. Yeah, Tahm Kench is pretty good into this. Right here I probably actually would have enjoyed playing Armed to the Teeth Twins, either Vayne or Aatrox once again. Yeah, we talk about Aatrox a lot. We could also use Viega or Yasuo, just because Yasuo has Tempest Blade. When he levels up, he first of all ignores enemy spell shield. So that's already a way to go through enemy spell shield. Then you can actually attack more than once, so if Yasuo is on board and if he is leveled up, then round start stun strongest enemy, Yasuo tries to kill that, Undying Rage procs, and then you are attacking with quick attack and enemy probably doesn't really want to block, or he will do something bad. Beautiful. And well, Viega, just because Viega scales, he's strong, and well, I have no doubt in him. Just for some reason I feel like he's a fine fit here. I think I did it on Fiddlesticks, yep. If I recall correctly, I did get a high roll, one of the high rolls, and I just brain dead completed it. Like, my super champion was probably Volibear, that is insane stats, and he has that item, summon me, strike enemy nexus, or play me, strike enemy nexus, so he summoned, enemy nexus is -10. I didn't even milk Kaisa, she just died because of damage. And Gloom tokens, of course. Next challenge, 39. Hammer Hage, Bundle Magic, Vicious Enemy, Draven. Well, I mean, this is scary. This is a mandatory fight. Challenge 39, this is divided by 3, this is 13th mandatory challenge that you need to complete in order to go through. It's just Draven that has Vicious Enemy, and we have Fresh in our hand. Hammer H is kind of whatever, that will deal like how much? Maybe 8 damage, maybe less throughout entire game. Well, I just decided to play Morgana because, you know, we didn't even have to kill Draven. we will just heal up. It's like -7 plus 0, -11 plus 7, etc, etc. We have discussed Draven. Next challenge 54. Oh, that one was scary. So this one, this has Katarina, vicious enemy, and once again we have trash in our hand. So just because of Katarina, this is already a scary fight. And another thing to be worried about is it's not just Katarina, we have to play around Kaisa too. And well, like, yeah, I know, this is Katarina, I want either make it rain, or maybe Warwick with big guns, or maybe why not just use Veigar? And I had an idea that, well, if I use Chemtech Duplicator, then at the start of round 7 we will see what champion is summoned, and we will just most likely win. But oh boy, Kaisa was actually showing how to play. Kaisa got me once and I barely got victorious out of that fight. We will do backseat video within a week, like entire VOD, if you really want to, will be on Realback VOD channel by the end of 14th of September, like by the end of next week. And backseat video will be, I think, before that on main channel. This will be discussed the way we played. Ideally right here, yeah, Veigar into Katarina is fine, but I guess I should have picked Misfortune just because I want to be more confident into Kaisa. Kaisa is definitely one of the hardest enemies. She just high rolls into mid game, comes into mid game with a lot of stats, and if she proceeds to high roll spell shield, then it's really hard to stabilize. Another good option would have been Vex, because, well, 2-fight adventure, we will be visiting shop, we can high roll. If you feel like playing control, well, yeah, Yasuo should be good too. You probably just want to stun Katarina using Tempest Blade, then you play Yasuo at 4 mana, you might just level up round 3 or round 4, and you're good. Against Kaisa, nothing she can really do, like there is no removal. I guess I could have played Kaisa myself. Challenge 64. Another Katarina and Caitlyn. We have Nature's Revenge for sapling and another vicious enemy. So Katarina is first fight, and usually first fight is more difficult than the second one because we are lacking 2 upgrades. Well, after first fight we'll have upgrade because we won a fight, and then probably another upgrade if you do not visit the healing shop to cut a card. So Katarina at the start, yeah, sure, why not just pick Veigar? Yep. And Caitlyn is just much easier than Kaisa anyway. In this case, so I actually leveled Veigar from level 25 to 30 by just playing these challenges, no joke. I used to have the most common build, like Guardian Angel or Sharpsight Relic for 0.3 extra stats. This is also usable in formidable encounters too, by the way. And then in my common slot I used either Armadillo's Shell for +0/+1 and tough, or Spell Shield, obviously. And here we can use Armadillo's Shell. Tough will do wonders against Caitlyn. And in first slot you're supposed to use Chemtech Duplicator usually because you're playing board control. And then we have this discount stuff. I think this is totally unnecessary to put champions in lines for this one, like right here, it's unnecessary, right? Well, I do have some comments, definitely. So, crafty portals and fortifying frosts. Of course, we want to plan ahead, kind of. There is one nuance. So this one is Bundle City and Freljord. Well, for example, in Bundle City, I really do not want to use Veigar, Vex and Yuumi just out of the blue. Because Veigar has special mission to hunt Katarina, Vex has special mission to hunt Undying Rage and to fight encounters, and Yuumi, well, there is legendary small stuff and mortal marks. And, well, I'm not playing, I'm playing just when everything just reset. I cannot be playing ahead. I don't want to invest hours into scrolling through challenges. I just want to be done with this within one night. And yeah, I usually keep all these 3 champions for different kind of special rule. They have special mission. Then Freljord. Freljord has just Tryndamere, Ashe, Volibear, Gnar, and someone else. Ornn. So Volibear is usually on a mission once again. You want to use Ornn on harder encounters, and you might just ignore the fact that there is Freljord discount somewhere, but that's pretty good discount anyway. Like it's almost as playing with mana flow. That's insane. That's such a that's a lot. So Volibear is on a special mission. Then Tryndamere. Tryndamere right now actually has a concrete plan too. He is being played into Price of Progress and can be played into like Power Observation or Sorcery Encounter. What do we have left? Gnar, Ornn and Ashe. Well, Ornn and Ashe can complete easier missions. My Ashe is fine, but I just don't really enjoy her right now. And either way, as I said, well, I'd like to be confident in both Ashe and Ornn. Yeah, that's tragedy if we are not, but I don't know what to say. You want to be confident in this type of champions. They are like board control oriented, kind of. They can high roll in normal adventures, but in monthly adventures you need to be... You cannot really just expect that you will high roll somewhere, somewhat. Going into monthly challenges you need to be somewhat having a plan, at least in the most minor way. And if you do not, that can lead to some kind of problems. And another nuance, well, we have once again Bundle City and Freljord, and Gnar can actually fit to both of these. I think some might say that Gnar fits Freljord, more or less. Freljord because he is from Freljord and stuff, but most of his cards are from Bundle City. So if you really want to use Nar, should probably use him in Bundle City discount special rule. Right now we have challenge 18. Yasuo and Viktor, crafty portals, musical duet. That's just little help when they attack. Against Yasuo you want to use some middle stated units, at least 3 units on board. Preferably you want to control enemy Yasuo. He is not really as scary as that, but still, he is pretty scary. If you just AFK for 6 rounds straight. Then Viktor, we have already discussed Viktor in the beginning of the video. He can have elusive units. He can high roll spell shields. Well, I think I could use any champion. Noro, Heimer, Nar, Yumi, like whatever. So against these two guys, it's most likely that if it is a defeat, then it's most likely a skill issue, but not because of bad champion choice. I use Nora, yeah, that's right. Challenge 62. Well, if it is not skill issue and not... what was I saying? You can be just severely underoperated. That can happen too. If it is not either one. This one, challenge 62, well, that's just a gambling with Big Fist, nothing much. He will have 0-4 cags and... well, Gangplank is easy. We have discussed it, by the way, too. So we plan Mass Overwhelm, we plan Combo Attack. I completed this on Heimerdinger, and that's just because I'm a little bit confident, a little bit more confident in Heimer than in Nar. But Nar is honestly fine too. Like, nothing can go wrong. Fortifying Frost. Challenge number 4 and 30. Yeah. So Talia usually doesn't really play anything. Like, you would be lucky to play 2 creatures before playing Talia for 5 mana, and the only thing that we play around against Talia is that she comes on board for 5 mana and she is almost always instantly leveled up. So when she attacks, she has Challenger and 3 rocks to throw at you. That's it. Challenge number 30. Caitlyn, Lee Sin, completed on Ashe, so this probably was really easy. Yeah, nothing really to be said here. Against Lee Sin, it's almost always a skill issue. When Lee Sin attacks, you almost always want to just skip it, to let it through, unless you have a plan. Because, well, when he attacks, he doesn't really use his spells for +2/+0 right away. So you either block and do an unfavorable trade if there is Lee Sin on board, or you just let it through the way it is, and he will not play spells because you didn't let him any tempo. You didn't let him an opportunity to play those spells. Against Caitlyn, well, you can just use Toughness Relic and that's it. Against Lee Sin, you probably want Spellshot Relic if you can afford it, but that is definitely completely unnecessary. Just try to not go lower than 10 health on Nexus because of Dragon Kick. Lee Sin is also much weaker in Monthlies than he is in Draven Adventure because he doesn't really has Overwhelm almost always. He used to have Memacian No, Noxian might. 1 month, it was pretty cool. 37. Hammer H, Fortifying Frost. Can we just keep it? And that's a gambling too. So that generic challenges, generic enemies. We plan to kill Gangplank within 2 attacks against Swain. We trade more accurately, so we do not play into his suffer, we play around it. Our Nexus health should be a resource, that's for sure, because, well, they do not benefit of it. Just let enemy attack our Nexus sometimes, that's fine. Then we have challenge 60. Peace, Z, Mana Flow, Blade into Darkness. Yeah, that's the one. Where I got damaged before. What was that? 8899, I think. That's 34. So they start at 5 mana. And these might look insane, but let me tell you about the bright side. So Fizz is still not really much of an enemy. Like, he will just have elusive unit, but other units will be 1/3 coral creatures. That Singer will be 2/1, Fizz himself will be 3/2. Well, he will be lucky to place 1 shark, right? In 2 rounds, and that's it. We play against Z right here. Yeah, he dealt 34 damage to me in 1 round. Like, Volibear is completely fine. Just if you're playing against, if you're playing around enemy having attack token round 1 and then playing that, you want to have Frostbite turn 1, that Frostbite spell, and just play it right away at enemy. That's exactly the cards that you're looking for when you're playing Volibear into Z. You will get 2 Sigils of the Storm, that's a lot of value basically. You will play Tarkas at round 2 for 3 mana. And Tarkas will strike Z and Z will just die. Instantly. That's perfect plan. If you are attacking first and Z is attacking second, then you definitely need to play around something. So Z plays Z round 1. You play, well, let's say you're playing nothing, or maybe something with first attack and you are just attacking enemy Nexus. Then round 2, Z plays Dusk and Dawn. Dawn and Dusk. He wants to summon 2 another Z champions. And he will attack with a lot of raw stats. Like, you have to play around that. You have to plan either Frostbite or Stun or Recall or, well, something. These are the 2 cases that we are playing around. And by the way, following this logic, 4 stars Ash should actually be fine. And oh, sorry. By 4 stars I do not mean mana flow, I mean when enemy summons a unit, frostbite it. So round 1 Z is summoned, instantly frostbitten. Then round 2 round start, instantly frostbitten. That means that Z is just out of the game. It's not really, I think, necessary to think about other regions. So, because Frostbite is insanely good into that, and... well, I guess just saying Viktor has Aftershock that deals 5 damage at burst speed. But Freljord has plus 2 extra mana within 2 rounds. That's pretty good. Next, Vestige of Helia. It's been a long day for me. Alright, Vestige of Helia. 1423. It should be Ezreal again, right? Yeah. So this special rule has like two parts in it. Units have spell shield. It means that you want probably to play around board control. You want to play through board. And another part, every spell costs one less. Well, buffs might be the way to go. Like, you can buff unit, it has spell shield by default. Nothing can be done about it. Spell shield is actually permanent. So it's not like enemy plays spell and spell shield is gone. No, it's actually permanent. Into this power, Master Yi is best in slot. Actually, do I have... I think this one, yeah. Master Yi seems to be best in slot, but he's kind of boring. Like, it's just one combo, 2 buttons, not really my style. Would style? Yeah. I'd rather play Luxie. Much rather. You also can play Eking Spirit Diana for free win. Nami seems to be a way to go because she will just buff allies, heal Nexus, nothing can go wrong. Gale definitely one of the best picks too, one of the best. She will just use Blazing of Targon, none of her allies can be stunned, recalled. Spell shield means a lot. And she will be controlling the board, just... You can even use worst relics, probably worst in slot, and it will be still fine. Eka is in this list because he has a lot of spells. Against harder challenges, I would say that Lilia can be pretty good. So you pick 1 or 2 Stalker's Blades, you always try to slip your Lilia into enemy attack. So you block, you press sleep at fast speed, and you blocked, you will be revived, you will strike again. If you have Guardian Orb, that's fine too. You can use Guardian Angel. Guardian Angel will not help against never mind. So yeah, Stalker's Blades, Guardian Orbs, Guardian Angels, just like that. Ari is pretty good against Irelia in this case, and the way I play her through Berserker's Buckle means that she is lacking spell shield, but well, she is not really weak to recall because she will not lose her buffs, but still, if you're playing something that scales on board, spell shield will just strengthen your warrior. Let's use this word. Then we have Aatrox Vayne because they just produce raw high stats and spell shield works into that. And Y is pretty much the same. Challenge number 14. Vestige of Helia. We can use basically any champion. And Ari should be pretty good too into Blade Dances. Challenge number 23. Lulu. We should be probably playing into Lulu in the first place. So we have discussed Lulu, we have idea how to play against Lulu. We can use Ari, we can play with champion instead of enemy or instead of follower. And that's it. And then challenge 69. Fiora, Let's Rock after image and Lucius enemy. So Guardian Angel will not help us against this rockfall path of Let's Rock. But you know, oftentimes I just don't really play anything until round 3. And also, well, next rules are Sovereign's Domination and After Image, so I think we will discuss challenge 69 just in a couple of minutes. Let's speak about Sovereign's Domination first. Sovereign's Domination. So normally the special rule doesn't really do much on its own. It's usually more of a skill issue, I would guess. Like, if we compare this one to its legendary variant After Image, OP player's strongest follower that died last round. Well, it's just last round, and if nothing died, then it doesn't really work, and this might not even be an epic power at this point. There are definitely different ways to play around this power still. So we can say that, well, first of all, this revives just followers. And if we are playing champions, then nothing will be revived. Therefore, Epic Relic, Oath of the Guardians will do wonders. Second idea is, we probably do not want to play champions that have ephemeral allies. So Gwen will give enemy hallowed stacks every round and free blocker too. Viega summons a lot of mists. And then Misfortune, well, monkeys will not do much, but that's unnecessary too. I want everyone to visualize this situation. So imagine you're playing against Viega. Viega has this Sovereign's Domination by default. And if you're suddenly playing Viega on your own, then you will be given mists to enemy every round. Therefore, every enemy mist will get +2/+2, Viega will get +1/+1. I mean, mist will get +1/+1 too, but why did I say that? Viega usually summons another mist, probably that's the situation, so enemy will have 2 of those every time. One of his own, one of our own, and yeah. That will be escalated quickly. And another point is, as I said, this is usually just skill issue, because if we are talking about Viega, then Viega is much weaker enemy than in Galio Adventure. And just outside of Viega, generally speaking, we just want to be vigilant, the way we block, the way of the flow of the game. Just if we fail one attack, here, enemy will have another extra attacker. If we fail the way we block enemy units, and we confirmed it, then during our attack, enemy will have extra blocker. That happens, but that's on us. And also be mindful, once again, Nexus health is just a resource. Challenge 33. We've discussed it at the beginning. Next, challenge 42. Misfortune, Blinking Flames, Sovereign's Domination, Twisted Fate. Misfortune is a fairly weak enemy. The fact that everything will deal 1 extra damage, well, she is just doing the bullet time when she attacks. If Misfortune is present, that will be another bullet time, and probably that's it. Nothing much. Like, this is supposed to be a fun encounter. And for Blinking Flames, I usually suggest like playing Talia, Kaisa, Gwen. If you're enjoying that level 2 ability, we can do Warwick, Twisted Fate, Misfortune, Veigar, Jhin, Vi, because she has 2 spells to raid. Any Nika is fine for +1 damage. That's completely unnecessary, but once again, it's still viable. There are kind of there is just no way that Misfortune can win it. She is one of the weakest enemies, and even with Blinking Flames, it's really nothing much. She will go out of steam. If you're feeling underwhelming, then it's probably you're underleveled and underupgraded. Next challenge 57. That's a Fizz. Vicious enemy. That is No Looking Back is nothing. Beyond Mere Flash is basically nothing. That's a fake. Sovereign's Domination, that's what we're playing around. We have already discussed it. We go to their head. That should be After Image. So, After Image. The main difference between Sovereign's Domination and After Image is that After Image will copy follower that is just in the graveyard. So every round, After Image looks up for the strongest follower that has died in this game, that is present among both graveyards, right? So if we have nothing that died but enemy played insane 6-drop, then that insane 6-drop will be revived. The only thing that matters is highest power, so Etikan probably should not be revived, although he was like 500 when he was on board. Either way, this gives enemy infinite value, and it can scale better than turrets. Therefore, we should be somewhat confident in our choices. Like, we need to be confident, and probably we want to have a plan how to win, you know. So enemy will have a blocker every round. So we want to have probably either more enemy, or followers, or mass overwhelm. Or we can just control enemy board. Yeah, that's right. If you have Evelyn or Yasuo, that could work too. Going for enemy nexus every round can be a little bit troublesome because of this extra blocker. This is a legendary power for a reason. And I think ideally we just do not really want to trade anything into this. Like, we probably want to go for a rock solid variant. I'd rather pick Atrox or Vayne at 4 stars, so armed to the teeth. Once again, we have a creature, we have equipment, we have like 7/7 for 3 mana ally that will decide our early game, and then we go into mid game and it should be fine. From different perspective, if there is always a blocker and if we are going into middle game for sure, then yeah, we can play around having Chemtech Duplicator and crush an enemy in just one attack using some combo ideas like playing Leona or Lux. That's completely fine too. Challenge 51. That was Lilia. Oh, that was 69. Nice. I see. After images were pretty weak this month. Alright, and also Kaisa is extremely good into after image because her 2-star upgrade, allies with 3+ keywords have +2/+2. It will not work, and evolve should be triggered separately for both players, and therefore if we have unit that was evolved and enemy got it, then there will be no +4/+4 out of the blue. It's it's actually hilarious how bad of a unit he will get. And Kaisa is best at adventures that have shop, just so we can high roll random keywords on any unit basically. And if you get a new unit, it will have spirit, right? I think. Oh. I might say I have this home task completed, probably because of last month. So I decided to add to my collection. I wanted to play LeBlanc into After Image. LeBlanc's problem is that there is just no enemies sometimes, you know. The way to level up LeBlanc is you play hero for 3 mana, you deal 5 damage once through Stalker's Blade, then twice, then you attack and you level up. You've dealt 15 damage. But when you play Mirror Image onto LeBlanc to clear board, if you are clearing, let's say, enemy win condition with 5 health and there is just nothing left, then you feel like you are just undershot. You simply... it just feels bad, you know? So yeah, due to After Image, there will be certain creature on board always. I guess I can say that Lilia is somewhat the same, because Lilia has that thingy, reduce the cost of a spell when she strikes. So change 51 was already completed, change 69. This is Lee Sin, this is Fiora, Vicious Enemy, After Image, Let's Rock, Vicious Enemy. Let's Rock obliterates one of our units, and therefore it doesn't really work with After Image. Obliteration means that unit is exiled from the game, it just disappeared. And oftentimes I'm not really playing anything before that landmark made its action. The countdown effect. It will trigger at the beginning of round 3, I think. And then we have a lot of mana to develop and kill enemy, oftentimes. What do we even look at? So After Image is we want Mass Overwhelm. Let's Rock is we stall for 4 or 5 rounds, and Vestige of Helia, well, we have Spell Shield, enemy has Spell Shield. Lee Sin will not stun us, Fiora will not use Cataclysm into us, but she will start an attack. I would say that Vestige of Helia is actually working for us rather than against us. So that's just Vicious Enemy, and this should be one of the easier challenges. I completed it using Nami, and there are definitely a lot of choices. Well, Luxie is fine. This is Vestige of Helia. Vestige of Helia list, I think, should be this one. Yeah, it should be this one. Did I add Lilia here? Yep, she is here. Lily is pretty good here too. I'm extremely confident in my Lily, and she probably would have been one of the best choices right here. 1, 2, Stalker's Blades, Guardian Orb, Guardian Angel. Next one, 70. This one. So for challenge 70 I use Samira, Oath of the Guardians. I don't think that was hard. Yeah. Next one we have Undying Rage. Challenges 34 and 56. Oh no, we have Power Overwhelming. I'm sorry. Challenge 48. Oh, this one extremely easy. If you have Warwick. So Power Overwhelming is a pretty interesting mod in a way that it used to be really weak, and now this is kind of actually strong. So if you used to play a lot in the past 2-3 years, you might be like underestimating this power. If you're a beginner, then you might be actually overestimating this power. Usually I try to give certain perspective. So usually you want to end the game within your probably third attack. It's either your late second attack or your third attack, so it's basically round 4 or round 5 where game ends. And it means that this round end effect has triggered certain amount of times. Therefore, enemy will almost always have +2/+2, and it's not infinite scaling. Enemy will have like at worst +4/+4, sometimes +3/+3, and if it's getting late, yeah, he might be at 5/5/5, but you have Chemtech Duplicator and you have a plan to win at that point. So this way I hope this becomes less abstract. Just looking at this power, overwhelming power, if we want something to be scaling as well, then I might say that we have Garen at 3 stars, he has +2/+2. We have Bard, but he's clunky to use and he takes time, he wants to have Chemtech Duplicator, he probably wants Echoing Spirit, sadly, but he scales into infinite. Like, if you get to 6 mana, with Chemtech Duplicator, your creatures used to be 6/6 and then they become 30/30 just in one round, instantly. Insanely good. You could also try Berserker's Buckle once again. It will give you +2/+2 or maybe even +4/+4 if you have 2 equipped anytime you take damage, and therefore it can be better. Giga Timo, Giga Ari, all those things happened. I'm glad that happened. Also we have Evelyn, that is scaling +2/+2 every time she levels up, and anytime another champion levels up, elite champion of course. Yasuo can control board too, just like Evelyn, and they both get started at like 4 or 5 mana, but they are pretty good at scaling. Yasuo will just kill everything. Whenever he strikes, he will be +1/+0. If you have Dragon, I think that's his 4th star. That's also +1/+1. That's once again a lot of stats. Ambessa can scale, Pike can scale, but it's not really those two are not really what I can recommend. Just because you can, like, there is a higher chance to low roll against Power Overwhelming. Pike is, I don't know, 66% to win, Ambessa can be 70 to 75% to win, I guess. I mean, no, percent to win is higher, but percent to low roll is 100 minus the given percentage. I'm more like this. So definitely wouldn't recommend Ambessa and Pike to beginners, especially if you have no experience and you're just planning whom to level up, or such actually heavy challenge. Gwen can be probably pretty good, so Hallowed is scaling every round if you have Gwen at 3 stars, and you know, Gwen actually works only at 3 stars, and if you have good relics. Unless you have good relics, she is pretty average champion, sadly. So you attack, you will always be bigger than one of enemy blockers, and you will just snip enemy nexus, heal up. You will win. You will win first. Caitlyn and Volibear can be funny into power overwhelming. Last week I posted 2 videos here on YouTube where 1/1 creature was instantly scaled up to 5/9 in deadly. I mean, enemy 1/1 was scaled up to 5/9, and 5/5 creature would be 11/15 instantly. Now that's a pretty interesting way to play around such high stats. Caitlyn actually is pretty good. Volibear can struggle because he will be struggling to get Vigil of the Storm marks. Let marks. Long story short, so challenge 48. For me, this is extremely easy challenge for Warwick. I just feel like Yagami Light from Death Note. Whenever enemy is summoned, deal 1 to this due to 4-star upgrade, and anyone can do that. That's like core build. You have 3 stars, you use Blood Hunt, you have 4 stars, you just pass, enemy will die. And 4 stars of Warwick actually is just 40 fragments to the northwest of his 3 stars, and yeah, this should be extremely easy. Also Warwick can use Stalker's Blade, Gale Force if you want to win within 1 round. Pretty good. If you want to play against Rock to Hard, you need Tough. Just keep in mind, these mercy killings will always trigger first before regeneration, so regeneration never helps. No matter if this is your round or enemy round, this special rule will trigger first before regeneration. You need toughness to counter Rock to Hard. So if you are uncertain about this challenge, then sure, this might be another one for Swain or Jinx. It's our 3rd hard challenge, I think, right? 3rd or 4th. I'm not really using these S-tier champions, S-tier heroes. That's pretty obvious that they will complete it, so I never talk about them. If you're not into using S-tier champions, then, well, I guess Misfortune with common relic Armadillo Shell can actually survive Rock to Hard. She will be on board, and if you have Grand General's counter plan, that's at least something, but you need to hurry. If you go to the right on her constellation, there might be Make It Rain upgrade, I think, or +2 damage. That should be pretty good. That will help. Twisted Fate with Toughness Relic can be pretty good too, so you will not really killing enemies, but you will always be a stunning enemy. That's pretty good. If you use Luden's Tempest and something of the kind, well, I use Luden's Tempest and I just do red card into red card into red card. It's pretty cool. And enemy nexus will go down to this way. Veigar can be actually pretty adequate in this fight, so we use darkness to kill, like, trigger mercy killings, right? We can also use Timo this way. Blinding Dart. You deal 1 damage to enemy, that enemy will die from a disease at the end of the round. But once again, we can play any champion, you know? We can play Toughness Relic, Berserker's Buckle, so we will scale +2/+2 every round, at the beginning of every round. And then Grand General's Contraplan to create infinite value every round start. One problem here, we cannot block, because if we block, we die. But we will be here, scaling to deal a final blow to enemy. I guess we can play Stealth Champion with Toughness Relic and double Berserker's Buckle and just like raise enemy, base raise. Also, like if you're playing Ahri, you can do double or even triple Berserker's Buckle and you can just try to recall her every round if you feel like that. But Grand General's Contraplan will just do it for us, I guess. That's a bit risky, but that's extremely creative. If someone does that, yeah, respect, guys. If you actually watched this video and started playing Grand General's Contraplan double Berserker's Buckle Ahri, oh my, I would subscribe to you if you did that. That's pretty cool. So, next one, challenge 59. Embrace the current, power overwhelming, that's Azir. So we have discussed Azir, we have discussed power overwhelming. Embrace the current is a pretty positive thingy. We will discuss it later in, I think, no, actually later. I mean, we discussed power overwhelming a lot. We will discuss Embrace the Current, and we have discussed Azir, so I think we should just go on to Undying Rage at this point. Challenge number 34. That should be Bendel Tree Kaisa. Yep, this one. So, Undying Rage. When enemy dies the first time, every round, it does not die, it gets tough, it gets fearsome, it gets overwhelmed, and it gets healed to full. This power special rule is usually countered by Gloom effects, Gloom of Vex, or maybe Fiddlesticks. This way, enemies will just lose a lot of stats, and they will be revived like at 0 attack, 1 health. Extremely good. If there is shop on the way, you could try to fish at shop for Moralonomicon upgrade for damaging spells. That can work too, but that I think rarely happens. Another pretty good recommendation for Undying Rage is to use Mass Challenger Rare Relic, so you can choose enemy locker. That's extremely healthy. That will make a huge difference. And extremely great plan is to use Thomas Kench. He will just capture enemies and Undying Rage will not trigger. It still can trigger if you decided to attack, but at least you skipped it at least once. And finally, against Undying Rage, oftentimes I feel like playing something like Echo, something that has 2 Stalker's Blades. So it's hard to describe if you haven't experienced it. So let's say you want to play Echo on curve for 3 mana, but there is just 1 enemy on board. And it's close to 50-50. If you skip, would enemy play another minion or not? It's such a question. And with Undying Rage, there is just no doubt. It will survive. I will have another spell. I will predict another time. This will be great. And pretty much anyone that wants double Stalker's Blade will work. This one we have already discussed, we will skip. 56. Undying Rage, Forced Workout, Karma, Ezreal, I did it with Vex. Oh yeah, sure. That's a pretty logical decision. So Karma and Ezreal. Karma is Ionia, she is extremely chaotic. There is really no way to play around it, she might just get Dragon Kick from create a random spell. At least it will not be 30 damage to face, the way it did in Aurelion Soul Adventure. So sometimes there is Deny, sometimes there is Recall, Unsummon, sometimes there is Dragon Kick, but generally speaking, Karma always has 10 mana. By the way, this is just Ezreal's adventure, right? Karma into Ezreal. What? So yeah, the way to play against Karma, it will be discussed later. We have a certain Karma / guided meditation / savage mysticism / minimalist / trick of the light. It will be discussed later. She is one of the easier fights in monthly challenges, and there are just 20-30 ways to counter her. Well, Ezreal here. Forced Workout. I'm not a fan of Forced Workout. Undying Rage, pretty annoying too. So to me it was pretty natural to pick Vex. This is 2-fight adventure, I roll at least something in shop, we curse something that it will be just doomed to be at 1 health and 0 attack, and all good. There is a quasi-standard idea of using Warwick into Forced Workout, because when he is summoned, when he is played, it will strike enemy. Therefore, Forced Workout will trigger. If you have Stalker's Blade, another Forced Workout will trigger. If you have 2 Stalker's Blades, that's 3 attacks in total. So if you have either Overwhelm or maybe Scout, you can pretty much win in just 1 round. Anytime. And also your power skills every round, yeah. If you want to be fancy, you can use Gatebreaker Kale into Forced Workout. It should be pretty cool. Another reference to our recent video. Vayne has a Scout, so it should be pretty interesting to Forced Workout too. Yasuo, I have pretty good success against Ezreal using Yasuo for some reason, and Yasuo actually scales with Forced Workout too. When you level up, he will strike enemy, that strike will trigger Forced Workout, and we will be at a lot of damage. The most actually beginner friendly variant I got should be probably Lilia, I think. So you summon Lilia, you have Stalker's Blade, she strikes someone, you sleep Lilia, you summon another one, and this goes on until you kill everything. You're guaranteed to stabilize within 3 or 4 rounds, even if you have just 1 Stalker's Blade. Even at worst scenario, she stabilizes within 4 rounds. we go next, or... Yeah, price of progress. Oh, by the way, I forgot. This is my plan against Undying Rage. I had that prepared. Tragedy. Do I have something else? Price of progress? Yeah, I think so. So, price of progress. Spells cost 2 less. Units cost 1 more. It can go wrong. It might feel wrong, but you know, it's fine. So we can use creatures. We can still use creatures as our main tool and just look at the buffs as a reinforcement. Buffs will be really easy to play. There is an idea to play with Plunder -2 cost relic. It will give at least some feeling that something is going not that bad. Probably still want to play through spells. And here we have these as a support champion. Yep. So spells cost 2 less, units cost 1 more. One of the first ideas that come to mind is probably Nika, because she has every round one of your first units costs 2 less. She is probably, yeah, the first unit, the first deck that comes to mind. You can play Nika through board, you can play Nika through warning shots, it's up to you, either works. Then we have Hammer. Yeah, Hammer can work too. So he has Aftershock to control board early. He also has that deal 6 obliterate, or it will be 4 mana, so he will control, he will survive. If we have Frozen Tomb, that's definitely a must to use it in this special role. I think Tryndamere should be, yeah, like probably best in slot. You do not really want to play creatures anyway, you will play his Culture Arms for free, for 3 mana. He must be created for this power, for this special rule. Master Yi, yep, we just play Master Yi for 3 mana and we win on the very next attack. PL is extremely good. You just play any creature, you play Blazing of Targon into another one. That's how job is done. Ambessa is kind of fun per hour. Illaoi is kind of fun per hour too. Janna, well, some people would prefer Janna to be played as a spellcaster, I'm not really into that. I've already shown the way to play Janna. To play 12-12 Janna round 2, and you do not need mana flow, you do not need any high rolls, it can be played in monthly challenges. That's right now the best way to play Janna. Nora. So there is a pretty unique way to play Nora. First of all, you do not really need extra mana to play units when you have Nora, right? In other words, if you're summoning creatures from portals, then it doesn't really matter if they cost 1 more. And also, extremely niche case, if you have Grand General's counterplan, oh boy, no one does that, but it will work. Lee Sin just like Master Yi, Luxie definitely one of the better champions, Varus is kind of interesting. He has a lot of spells, you can use Hymn of Valor. You can use Hymn of Valor on pretty much anyone here. Yes, he can, yes, he can, yes, she can, yes, she can. Haren. Well, single combat will be for free, so if there is an easier challenge, yeah, sure, why not use Garen? This one against Swain, I think I could use Garen here, yeah. You guys don't hear it, but Cat is cleaning her feet and it's so loud. And she looks so silly. So, challenge number 5. Oh, I didn't say. Yeah, so Pike, Kindred, well, cannot really recommend it, but you can play Pike through his spell. So if you have Echoing Spirit, you will be scaling with that free ephemeral unit, and then you just can hope that you will play Pike through his spell. Kindred, well, there is a way to play Kindred. You probably want Plunder -2 mana cost, and then you will just spam your signature spell onto Kindred to either Stalker's Blade, revive Stalker's Blade, or Guardian Orbs into value. Well, generally speaking, I think that Hymn of Follower should be 1 per hour choice, and most of the times it should be actually the way to go. So, challenge number 5, Swain and Kaisa. It doesn't really do much for Swain, we just probably have to let his units to go through our defenses, because we do not want to trigger his suffer. Kaisa, yeah, that's a little bit unsatisfying to see such thick Kaisa, but well, that's life. We just pick probably Master Yi and win into attacks anyway. If you have Master Yi fragments, but you do not know how to play it, well, you can try. You can clean some stuff using Master Yi. Normal campaign usually takes up to, I think, 3 evenings, so you can have a pretty high level in just 6 hours of gameplay. 4 or 6 hours, even if you're a beginner, just because of the extra speed that is currently in the game. We are no longer playing at X1 speed. I prefer X3. X4 seems just so unnatural, you know. Yeah, so probably can play Master Yi right here, just to understand how it's going and feel what you're liking, what you can do, what you cannot do. If you have completed Aurelian Soul, if you have Crown Guard Inheritance and full build, then you already have enough. You can use pretty much any third relic slot. You can use Stuff if you really need to. You can use Spell Shield if you want defenses against Ionia. You can use Grand General's Control Plan just to be sure that you will have the spells that you needed. That's it. You can have Guardian Agile too, if you're really like over-preparing. Or maybe you want to use Varus. You use Hymn of Follower and just look how it looks like. You use Varus into level up, into Hymn of Follower, into copy it. Yeah, that's the way we used to play. Against Kaisa, in this challenge, probably I would say that we want Masked Challenger, just because of the extra stats. There is really no way to control this big fist, sadly. We can find something in shop, and speaking of shop, well, yeah, Kaisa, Nasus can be used here too, but I would recommend to try out Master Yi, Varus, or something with Hymn of Valor. Then challenge number 11. Oh, this one, yeah, right. We have discussed it. Next one, 52. Price of progress, big feast again. Kaisa ended. That is an unlucky. That's a rough situation, honestly. So these two enemies can be... something can go wrong, because, well, your normal methods just do not work. You plan to use Make It Rain, you plan to use gold cards, or maybe red cards, you want to use darkness, but it just will not work. Oh boy. Well, I've completed this using misfortune. So there is price of progress, and my misfortune is at 4 stars, hence the reason why I'm so confident in her. Her 4-star upgrade is Ip's Genius. Extremely strong upgrade. All your 1-cost units get +2/+2. So every monkey that is summoned at the beginning of the game, of the round, every monkey gets +2/+2. And that's just OP. I decided, so I see price of progress. Every unit will cost 1 more. That's almost like me not having that 4-star power. And I went into that, and it just wasn't really hard. Once again, like, I have no idea what went wrong for them, but it was easy. Although my misfortune was 4 mana cost, my pirate was 2 mana cost, and, well, I just... round 3 I play misfortune, then I use Make It Rain into another, and enemies are gone. That's it. There is one really silly idea, probably. So, Thresh. Thresh was recently buffed in a way that, well, he received Constellation, but there was also a buff. His Vengeance used to have Mana Potion for -1 mana cost. Now it has -2 mana cost. It costs 4, and in Price of Progress it will cost 2. So if you just mulligan for Vengeance, and, you know, if enemy plays something really important round 1, you can just kill it using Vengeance, and round 2 you will summon 1 drop and you will still use Vengeance. Norlax, please. Do not shout at me. What are you doing? I cannot really recommend it, but, you know, if you're pro and looking for something creative, then sure, why not? Speaking of other choices, I would say that Tryndamere, Master Yi, Grand Genius, Counterplan, all these things, this should be probably best in slot, be the easiest way to win it. And next we have iterative enhancements. So basically, enemy summons new turret every round. At the beginning of every round, this is an extra blocker, extra attacker, and also kind of infinite value. Somewhere at around round 6, there should be Elusive One. At round 7, I think it should be 7-2 barrier, and at round 8, it should be 8-8 turret. So one of main ideas is that it gives your enemy a lot of value, and we shouldn't be really... like, we shouldn't be taking way too much time to complete our combo and finish enemy down. Generally speaking, counter should be either Mass Overwhelm or preferably Area of Effect Damage, most likely, and finishing enemy before, I think before the one with barrier actually spawns. So if you see enemy has barrier turret or maybe 8-8 turret, then probably it's getting way too late into the game. It's like playing with food, you know. Overall, this rule, special rule, is pretty generic, and well, really not much to say about it. These are just enemies, and well, I guess there are a couple of champions that can use it in their favor. So, first, speaking about Mel. If you look at Mel's 3-star power, she can actually use that in her own favor if you kill enemy with a spell, deal 2 to enemy nexus. Yep, that works. If you kill enemy unit with a spell, deal 2 to every other enemy and enemy nexus. That works too. And first turrets will be extremely easy to play. First one is 0-1. Second one I think is 2-1 tough. And third one should be 3-1 or maybe 4-1. So all of this can be easily AoE-ed, and first round shouldn't be scary. We can also use a Volibear. Actually, let me do this. Volibear is obviously pretty good into many champions, but here he will just get an extra benefit. So against power overwhelming, it's extremely hard to actually slay unit on, say, round 5 if you didn't develop anything, but here it's the opposite. During the first 3 rounds there are 3 free to kill turrets that will generate sigils, so extremely good choice, but most of the players will probably want to use Volibear on hard challenges. I should probably hover over this one. I can also note that Thresh and Nasus are not really that great into turrets on their own, but they do scale off extra enemies. Nasus will get +2/+2 on strongest ally, and also Nasus power is -1, -0 to every enemy. This will definitely help a lot early game. Thresh will get +1/+1 for every enemy slain, so that's helpful too. LeBlanc, just like with, or rather against After Image, she will just have extra enemies to progress towards her level up and towards discount on her mirror image. Caitlyn is kind of a way to play around turrets, and she can actually control them without killing herself. Just because you attack, you plant bombs, and bombs will take control of population of turrets on their own. Fiddlesticks has some creatures that kill enemies on demand, so even if you're late into the game, this is still fine. Oro King and Heimer are here for a reason that well, so these two champions want to scale, and turrets are scaling too. But if you're using Corrupted Star Fragment, and it's pretty natural to use Corrupted Star Fragment on these two champions, your main win conditions will always outscale enemy in terms of just raw stats. So these two might be pretty confident choices. And well, Pike, there's really not so much reasons to pick Pike. I just like it when enemy has full board and Pike levels up and just slashes one after another and whole board is gone. That's pretty interesting way. And Evelyn, she's like another scaling champion that just works, and well, if you give just +4/+4 to Husk if you leveled Evelyn twice, then when you play correct a follower that also has +4/+4, then that's in total +8/+8, right? 4/4 from Husk, and 4/4 on that unit naturally. So it's really easy to outskill enemy if you're Evelyn. And like speaking of scaling, then yeah, we can add a lot of champions to this list, but I don't think we really should. ID should be pretty simple. If you have Corrupted Star Fragment, you probably also want Regeneration, well, just in case. Just in case if you are not using Chosen by the Stars, and if you do not need that, you know. So, challenge number 35. Savage Mysticism, Vicious Enemy, and Iterative Enhancements. We're playing against Lee Sin and Nautilus. In this one, we are definitely playing around, most likely, Chemtech Duplicator. And, well, we will have 7 mana round 3. So, you know what it means. Speaking of enemies, Lee Sin has Steel Tempest, 2 mana spell, stun attacking unit. He is into board control. Nautilus has stun at fast speed, the anchor spell, and at slow speed, return enemy unit into enemy deck. So you might want Spell Shield, you might want Black Shield if you have that. It's really unnecessary, but it will definitely help. Like, Nautilus usually scales, and turrets scale too, but that's not really reaching any critical power. You will get 7 mana round 3 and 9 mana round 4. It's gonna be fine. Like, on one of those turns, you're actually winning. I myself completed it on Lux, I think, on round 3. Yeah. Next, challenge 43. Hold on. So this is just Fizz, just turrets, and Embrace the Current that we are yet to discuss. Well, soon, I guess. So not really much to talk about here. Fizz is pretty weak. He has Elusive, we might want Sharp Sight. Against turrets, well, if you have Sharp Sight, we can actually go as late as round 7 probably. Embrace the Current, a lot of champions will be viable there. I completed this on Nico, well, just because I have a certain combination of relics that I found out to be extremely strong combination. So I can actually win round 1. And I just need like 1 extra mana. Yeah, just 1 extra mana. And I didn't play this combo last month and 2 months before that, so just decided to walk out this beast. Recommendations, well, yeah, just Luminous Orb, Sharp Sight, and play against Fizz. You will probably win on round 4, round 5. I think I could even use Jack 3 stars here. It shouldn't be an issue. Enhancements. Messias Lulu. Challenge 70. Well, we have already discussed this one. So we can actually go ahead. Big Feast. Big Feast. Do I have? Yes, that's an empty one. Well, Big Feast rule on itself doesn't really do much. Like, it's just extra health. And sometimes the high value targets, high threat targets just become extremely annoying, as if old ways to deal with them just they do not work anymore. Make It Rain doesn't work. Red card doesn't work. Trap might miss, etc, etc. And if we had a plan against Irelia, Katarina, that it just might work anymore, might not work anymore, and usually it just leaves more windows for us to misplay, to create a skill issue moment. And I would say, sadly, there is no real concept to this power. This is just extra health. And the main way to deal with just extra health is just to deal more damage. But we're already playing our best, right? We just have 2 men around 1, like, what do you expect us to do? I mean, there are kind of couple ways to deal with it, but that's not really hard content. So, as we've already spoke about it, LeBlanc kind of makes some use of that extra health. Tamekench can just capture enemy unit, ignoring the extra health part. And there is also Kindred, that, well, her wording is just kill enemy regardless. Doesn't really matter how many health at that, it will just be dead. You could also probably try to use Nico or Annie in a way that you will use Dreadway chase guns to use warning shots, and this way you just go for enemy nexus, ignoring the extra health on their unit's part. Morgana can probably control enemies, and if they do not really die, then enemy hand will be full. Enemy might even overdraw. That's pretty hilarious situation. Viega can scale pretty good early to mid game, and probably if there is a rough big fizz situation, then Viega can be a pretty good choice. Or maybe you can actually play through Chemtech Duplicator, because you definitely know that you are not winning early game. Yeah, so we are looking at challenges number 5, which is probably Price of Progress. Kaisa, Lane, yep. Big Fizz, Price of Progress. Then we have 52. Is that another Price of Progress? Yeah, that's it. Price of Progress, Big Fist. We did discuss it. Alright, and Gangplank, that should be a freebie. Discuss it too. Skip, skip, skip. Alright, then we have Hammerhage. Well, basically, what is written, that is being done. Around end, deal 1 to our Nexus for each unit that Foy has. There is just simply no cunning, no cruel stuff. It's just what is written that will be dealt. It just will compass with our Nexus health, and that's it, right? Is there a way to play around it? Well, maybe lifesteal, and who has lifesteal? Keeper of the Box, Morgana, Kain can heal up, Nami can heal up if you really want to. Speaking of Nami, right? And also challenge 58. Yeah, another Hammerhage. This one has already been discussed. Next we have Dying Laughing. Oh, that's kinda cool one. So we will have, and enemy will have too, a 010 Phantom Prankster at game start. This creature is a free blocker for us, that can also activate Plunder if we really need it. And, well, we can play around him as our carry, because that's 10 health out of the blue. Either way, best in slot relic should be Strength of Stone. That's a free-to-play epic relic that actually most people just do not think that this is useful. And yet, it is. Alright, let me find my Jenna. So yeah, this is Luminous Orb I'm talking about. Strength of Stone. When you summon an ally, grant it Formidable. And that's power. Oh, 45. So our 0-10 0-10 nothing becomes 10-10 something, basically. Some cat sounds in the background once again. And usually if you have 10-10 creature right out of the blue, then probably another best in slot relic, it would be logical to have Mass Overwhelm, such as Beast Within. Or you can have just Mass Overwhelm in Rare Relic. Troll King's Club, probably. Unsure about that. Well, either way, if you're attacking enemy with 10-10 creature and enemy has just 0-10 prankster, then that's a trade, most likely. No way enemy will just let you get 10 damage for free. For Strength of Stone, I would usually recommend Jenna, Vi, Thresh, and Thresh overall is just extremely good in this case because his prankster has Savage Shield. This one, yes, yes, and yes. Savage Shield and Toughness, which is a lot and pretty good. Alright, I also had an idea to add Viktor to this list. So I cannot really recommend it right now, but I had an idea that Viktor might actually be pretty good. It might not be Strength of Stone user, but overall, with Dion Laughing, that can be really good for a couple of reasons. So Viktor has Spellburn as his 4th star, and if you do not have that star upgrade, but you have Packed Powder and you are working towards that 4-star upgrade, then you can just implement Packed Powder and play as if you have the Spellburn, you know. So you sacrifice a unit, Prankster will deal 1 damage to enemy Nexus, and you're playing Viktor for 2 mana. So looking forward to that playstyle. Atrox Vayne, well, obviously because of equipment and Arm to the Teeth, we have 0-10 unit on board without losing any tempo. It will become around 5-15, which is actually already more than enough. And yeah, it can do a lot. Lee Sin, give your ally +8/+8 every round. Yeah, sure, why not? Lee Sin might even be better than Master Yi. Well, if you wanna have fun, then yeah, sure, it will be. Nami will heal up Prankster and give him a lot of stats. So the only problem is lack of Overwhelm. Gale, pretty much the same reason as Atrox, Vayne, Lee Sin. Evelyn will scale units everywhere for +2/+2. She's really good, and she works with Strength of Stone too. LeBlanc is pretty good because her 0-cost spell that is generated every round gives +3/+2, and if you happen to have Sacred Technique, it's probably a way. It's probably actually challenged to do this. Because +6, +4 for Prankster, you will trade beneficially a lot. And well, Lilia, Ari kind of on the same boat. Lilia will give to this unit +2/+2, aka 2 spirit. Ari will give 1 spirit. And also there are different other choices. Oh, also Nora, +3/+1. That's pretty good. Well, Nora is kind of special, at least to me. Maybe Pike is even good. So there is another idea. If you couldn't tell yet, I'm kind of a fan of Corrupted Star Fragment. And yeah, we could just consume this 0/10 creature to get all those stats. This can use Corrupted Star Fragment easily, this. So our Nora will be getting +3, yeah, +3 attack and +11 health. Beautiful. Challenge number 45. Holy Abyss, Dying Laughing, and Fiora, single Fiora. Against this one, it's really hard to guarantee something against Holy Abyss, like enemy can just high roll level 2 Kindred that will have, if you slain one of the enemy units, mark another one, it will be dead at round end. Well, nothing can be done about that. If enemy has it, you have to deal with it. Gwen is pretty strong as a level 2 champion, she will snip. Not really that much, but well, she also has first attack and that's pretty annoying. Sometimes even Darius, just simply Darius, 5 mana, what are his stats? He's like 9/7, I think. Well, either way, even Darius can just appear out of the blue and be like overwhelming. I mean, there is obviously a way to play around Holy Abyss as a landmark, because you can just play Talia, and well, I've shown the way. Like you can have Plunder -4 mana cost and Found Fortune to summon that another creature for free that will destroy enemy landmark, but by that moment enemy may have some champions, yeah. Well, it depends. Speaking about Fiora, well, she has 4 mana 6/6 Fiora. She has 3 mana Barrier Riposte, and she has Cataclysm for 3 mana. So we are always playing around that. Fiora has no draw, so she will run out of steam. We just need to survive some early game pressure provided by her signature power. Your challenger units have +1/+1 and tough, and then this like somewhat confident mid game that she provides. We focus Fiora, we do not let her level up just because, well, if we already let her level up for free, then she might use Riposte on 3rd kill and then Cataclysm on 4th kill. And yeah, that can happen. We do not want that. And therefore, against such barrier, by the way, Thresh should be probably one of the best picks. And also, I would say that it's not just Thresh, but rather Shadow Isles as a whole region. And well, Ionia as a whole region is pretty good against Fiora too, because of all the recalls that can happen. You can recall enemy, you can recall your own ally in so many different spells. It just... Discard Ionia already, please, right? Challenge 61. Oh wait, you again? Another Fiora. And now we have Suffer. Oh, well, we just discussed Fiora. We did discuss Katarina earlier. We did discuss Katarina in the beginning of the video. Well, right here, what? Katarina? Jinx. Jinx was discussed too. So I actually picked Jinx for this one. That was completely unnecessary. There seemed to be a little race on the leaderboard, so I am at 8 in the morning, 7:30, 7:25, and I just suppose that these two guys actually completed harder challenges first and then they were just cruising. Happens. And yeah, I thought that we are racing, but I just couldn't compete with them, at least at my current power level. I mean, one day it will become different, right? We'll be using 6 stars and mana flow and stuff, and it will take a couple of hours. So challenge 61. Jinx and Suffer. So is it Jinx or Katarina? No, this is Katarina. Why I'm talking about Jinx? Wow. Mr. Streamer. Are you okay? Probably not. We discussed Katarina too. I used Jinx here and yeah. So probably you still want to use Veigar right here. Against Katarina you probably want Guardian Angel. Well, just in case if something goes wrong. And against Fiora you can use Guardian Angel and you probably want to use Chemtech Duplicator because, well, just for some reason I find that I can win against Cat at 5 mana and against Fiora it usually goes to 6 mana. That's it. I think 2 years ago when I was a complete beginner I was actually using Nora for this kind of challenge because, well, I see Suffer and I see Dying Laughing. So my 3-star Nora will have a lot of stats by getting Corrupted Star Fragment, and I will also outscale Suffer. I do not really care if I have regeneration or not. I'm just pretty confident that my stats are enough. Enemies have no elusive, there is no way for them to stop me from attacking the Rune Nexus and from getting portals in my library. It should be totally fine. Also, Nora has some resources against both of these enemies. She has that spell that deal 2 to one enemy and stun another enemy, so we can actually kill Katarina by first part of 2 damage and yeah, stun Fiora from another game. Well, either way, stunning Fiora is a pretty good option too. And also that spell used to cost 5, and due to some champion upgrades it will cost just 3 mana, so it's pretty good. Bard can somewhat be used the same way, but it's really hard to navigate to drive Bard deck. That's a little bit extreme, I would say. Lilia probably has some potential in this fight, so if you're really unconfident in your Lilia, then it's probably fine. Prankster will be 212. You can sleep Katarina, you can sleep Fiora. When they are attacking, this will disrupt Katarina's level up, Fiora's, well, killing blow. That's pretty good. Next, challenge 65. We have Zed and Swain, right? Yeah. Prophet of an Elder God and then Laughing and Vicious Enemy. Well, so summon... Tentacle Summon doesn't really synergize a lot. The only synergy that I see is just ribbon dancers, and well, that's it. I feel like we've discussed that so many times already, so... Well, either way, we are playing against Z in this challenge. Swain should be generic, should be pretty easy. Although there is vicious enemy and some extra stats, it will be... well, we are supposed to use stronger champions, right? Stronger generic champions. Playing against Z, well, we can play... I think Prankster, using Prankster as our core unit can be a pretty relevant strat. Might actually even bait Z to use Will of Ionia, and this will cause him to lose some tempo. Z has stealth units. We're playing around Suffer. Yeah, just there are so many champions that were recommended already. So many ways to counter Z were discussed. Just this, that, and also we can use Yasuo to stun Z and Morgana to heal up in case if something goes wrong. I guess. Well, I guess if we are behind in mana against Z, we probably want to be attacking first, so we can have extra mana next round, so we can stun enemy. Well, this shouldn't be an issue for either Morgana or Yasuo. But if we are picking from the list, then we're losing tempo. Yeah, we should be attacking first. So, next, Merciless Marksman. Challenge number 9. Oh boy. Oh, this one, Katarina Tamkench units have tough. Yeah, that's a third mandatory challenge that can actually can be underestimated. That's pretty interesting one. So I think like absolute beginner might see monthly challenges and be like, well, that one was easy, number 3 was easy, number 6 was easy, and number 5 was actually skipped. Number 5 can be disrupting too. And this one, well, Katarina has tough. Vigorous Darkness doesn't really work without big guns. Katarina levels up and something can go wrong. Well, luckily she is fight number 2, so we will have some resources after Tamkench, right? We have discussed Katarina. Well, couple of words about Tamkench. He has heal ally and give it +0 +4 at instant speed, at burst speed, some gems. He has big fist by default, so he is pretty healthy. The fact that he has tough doesn't really change much. Well, I think tough can be just an issue for Katarina and that's it. Usually against Tamkench we want to have high attack units, so he cannot really capture our units. Well, if in case if you didn't know, so Tamkench's spell Devour works this way. He targets our unit strikes enemy Tamkench, and then if enemy Tamkench survives, then our unit is captured. Therefore, we want to have high attack on our units. Specifically in this challenge, I think even having Garen at 3 stars is just totally fine. Like, he is average champion, he can scale, he should have enough tempo against this one. And probably you also want Mass Challenger Relic if you have that option. And also there are a lot of good champions that use that relic, like Diana, First Strike, and Challenger, that's pretty good combo. Samira, usually you want to use Samira somewhere else, but here it's totally fine. Nar, Luxi. If you do not really have strategy for set, then this one I think is fine. It's fine to use 3-star set right here. I do not remember what is his star power, by the way. It should be just rally added, so maybe even 2-star set is fine if you have him at level 20. And obviously, well, there is Crackshot Corsair, that's just free Corsair, free Yordle. At my level, Jhin is definitely weaker than Misfortune, so I usually pick Jhin when I see this, and I leave Misfortune for harder challenges. That's it about this one, right? Then we have 26 and 53. 26. Marksman. Oya has... well, that's just nothing much. Ezreal Jinx, well, we might use another Sharp Side Berserker's Buckle right here and right here too. It should be pretty generic. Shouldn't be a problem if we listen to this guide and not just scroll through. This Yasuo, generic enemy, we have discussed it, calling for 8. That's just we do not really care about, it almost never happens. And I guess we go to animated armor. Did I miss something? No, I think I didn't. Do I have something? We can go back to this list probably. Can we? Which one? I forgot. Strings of Stone. I think this one. No, yes. Yes. So we are discussing animated armor. Every unit has formidable. And for this one, this is actually a fun one. But most people might underestimate this or just misunderstand this. For this one, it's generally recommended to pick one of these top 4 champions. Kain is champion without constellation, but he works like a charm. You pick Rust, you heal up, you heal your Nexus, and if you have Grand General's contra plan, you just go infinite. And you kill enemy by using that spell, usually. Thresh, obviously, pretty good synergy with that. Vi, through her 3-star power, she scales health and therefore pretty good damage. Janna, well, just most of your allies have more health than attack. Janna specifically, if you use Luminous Orb and Strength of Stone on your own, she will be just like 12-12 round 2, that's pretty good. And also, well, Evelynn works with this power because she has 0 attack by default. Ahri, well, she just works this way too. You can have Sharp Sight, you can have Buckler, you can... well, for some reason she just works. You recall your units, they heal up, so they are always relevant as a formidable unit. Alright, there are a couple more champions, so some people might say Leona can be fine into this. Some people might say Morgana, I would agree on that. Nautilus, I am unsure a little bit. Ambess, well, questionable, but it can work too. Nami, she can heal up. Questionable, but can work too. Veigar is 1-4 by default, you can use Sharp Sight, he will be 7-7. So he's not just Darkness bot, he will be pretty relevant. They have another job. And this one can work too. Well, if they work, this can work too. I guess Power King. I used to play Lux this way. But, well, kind of. Okay, I didn't really want to work on this list. Like, this is already more than enough. There hasn't been a month where we had more than 2 animated armor encounter, sadly. It is generally recommended to have a way to regenerate your health or heal up. So relic +0/+3 is good. Regeneration is pretty good. You can have corrupted star fragment if you want to, but this is unnecessary. Alright, speaking of keywords, I should add Heimerdinger. He. Mr. Chechil. He is pretty fine. So he has the turret that is 2-5. By default its cost is 3, and he has mana potion, I think. No, not mana potion, ancient coin. So that's a 2 mana drop, creature 2-5, which will be 5-5 on round 2. That's pretty good. And also if you have Beast Within, that will be basically a 6-6 overwhelm. Nice. Whom am I forgetting? Fiddlesticks. Fiddlesticks works with Formidable. I cannot find Fiddle. Where are you? Yeah. Am I blind? I must be blind. This one. So yeah, Fiddlesticks works like a charm, and Broom, as a support champion, he is one of the better support champions for this one. He has regeneration by default, he has infinite value, his spell is pretty good too, so keep in mind this is just best in slot. And also there is another strategy to use against animated armor special rule. We can just go for board control using spells in a way that if we deal damage to enemy units, if we lower their health, then we will also lower their damage output, right? So if we want to use Misfortune, Twisted Fate, Veigar, Warwick, why their spells to just pressure enemy units, then it's totally fine. That works. Let's take a look at some challenges. Lulu and Formidable, and Jinx too. Well, there was a guide on Lulu, there was a guide on Jinx. I would definitely say that Sharp Sight Relic and Regeneration or Tough should be like deciding. We can play even 1 mana 1/1 Tima with Luminous Orb as a rare relic, then either Regen or Tough. I think preferably Tough just because of Jinx. And Berserker's Buckle Belt, right? When we take damage +2/+2. And that's it. This fight is decided. There is nothing enemy can do. Then we have challenge 38. Something new, right? Lee Sin Nautilus withstand. Oh, I see. So Lee Sin is stopping us, Nautilus is stopping us, and they are also a little bit scaling. Whom did I use? Not Y this... Last month I think I used Y. This one... Fine. Interesting. I guess I'm losing some faith in Kain. I don't know why. So, from one perspective, you probably want spell shield. From another perspective, you probably want to just, well, enemies will slow us down. This will definitely go to 6 mana, so we might use Chemtech Duplicator. And Nautilus also heals up. So just whatever you feel like, you can play off Chemtech Duplicator and that's totally fine. At this point, by the way, Lux Leona can be pretty fine too, but yeah, I shouldn't be adding them to the list because we're discussing this challenge right now. Next we have Frenzied Fighting. That's a pretty interesting one. So, Frenzied Fighting. Challenge number 21. Frenzied Fighting is our units have +2/+2, deal 2 to all our units at the end of the round. Top 1 counter to this rule is once again Berserker's Buckle. When our ally takes damage, give it +2/+2, and also, by the way, there is Caitlyn. You know what to do. Yeah. Also, if you have Chosen by the Stars, the epic relic that gives regeneration, overwhelm, challenger when you have 10 power, that's another best in slot. That's a pretty neat combo. We can have Giga Ari, Giga Timo that use this combination. I've played this a lot, I enjoy it a lot. That's one of the playstyles that, well, my Ari excels at. It's actually how I created this. I wanted another kind and, well, this appeared. I just couldn't find any solutions, any ideas to play for Set and Ari, and then this happened. Top 2 counter for this Frenzied Fighting is Tahm Kench. You can just look at his 3-star power and see how good it is to have Tahm Kench and how good it is to have once again this Berserker's Buckle rare relic. And also you want to have Overwhelm to just finish in one attack, because Tahm Kench will be like 40-40 within 3-4 rounds. Kaisa can be pretty good into this special rule. She just scales, she has a lot of stats, and, well, we'll look at this +2/+2 as at this special rule. Like, it gives us +2/+2. It's not about deal 2 damage at the end of the round, but if we have +6/+6 by default, well, you just need Overwhelm, right? And enemy is done. And yeah, I guess you can just rush enemy down using extra stats. Therefore, Alice, Gwen, Jax, Diana, Crown Guard Inheritance, pretty good choices. And you can also use Corrupted Star Fragment. I used to use Nora this way once again. Created creatures had +3/+1, Corrupted Star Fragment. Nora is insanely strong, and Nora is just one of those champions that I thought I would not enjoy her at all, but for some reason she was nice. I find her enjoyable. Once again, we can add to this list Atrox and Vayne, armed to the teeth, and 1-drops that have toughness. This will help a lot. Against something easier, we can use Ornn or Jax. So Ornn can give +2/+2 to any ally round start. And Jax, well, if I recall correctly, he is combat chief. Should be having regeneration at like level 20 something. Champion level, let me take a look. Combat cook has Yeah, regeneration at level 18. That's correct, and that's pretty much why Jax is so relevant into this. He both can rush enemy down and scale and like regenerate, right? So challenge 21, there is Caitlyn, and we definitely want to use Tahm-Kench, but we can use just any, well, we just discussed it. Thresh, Nasus, they are in the list because you might use them against certain enemies. Well, Nasus scales a lot. One enemy dead, +2/+2, and it's fine to go tall on just one unit if enemy has no certain crowd control. If enemy has no recall, no kill spell, it's totally fine. Thresh, same reasoning. Challenge 46. Blade in the Darkness, Kaisa, Viktor. Well, we have discussed Viktor in the beginning of the video. Kaisa and extra damage. Yeah, Kaisa is pretty annoying, but we just discussed frenzied fighting. We have a lot of choices. Blade in the Darkness is definitely not what gives enemy an edge to win. That will not really matter. It shouldn't. The only thing that I might say that is that Viktor has a lot of elusive units. Kaisa can high roll elusiveness too, therefore Luminous Orb, Sharp Sight is probably a good choice. Next, Blade in the Darkness. 46 and 60. Oh, this one, right? Yep, just discussed, and 60. Well, we discussed this one too, I think. Blade in the Darkness. When we are using spell, Embrace the Current finally will be soon. So, Blade in the Darkness is that special rule, and as we can tell, anyone can have it. In that case, it will happen twice. So, Z strikes our Nexus, his copy strikes our Nexus, he levels up, and then Blade in Darkness happens once, and then it happens twice. Basically, Z dealt damage to our Nexus 4 times if something goes wrong. I wouldn't say that this is a rough rule. It can just deal, well, 6 damage, 8 damage, it can deal up to 15. It's definitely worse than Hammer Hage. And this special rule can synergize with, let's say, Memacian Might, Noxian Might, Power Overwhelming, whereas Hammer Hage doesn't. It's really scary on Swain because Swain might just stun every our unit, deal 3 to every our unit if he leveled up, right? That can be pretty neat, but and then suffer happens. So, but right here it's just not really that oppressive. We have discussed it. Next, Embrace the Current. 43, 59. When we are using spell, we refill 1 spell mana. And this one specifies that player plays a spell, which means that this only affects us. It never affects enemy. Great, we can be happy. Finally something goes our favor. I'd say that There can be a lot of champions that work with this. I'm not sure if I made a list, I was just scrolling through and I guess this can be the one, actually. So, how do we want to utilize this? Nami, where is Nami? Is this the list now? Did it create it for something else? Well, let's just assume it should be here. So, Nami. Nami has a spell that creates another spell, and also her power is basically this. So, we play a lot of spells, we do not waste any mana. Lee Sin, he has spell by default at round start. This works. Master Yi's playstyle is resolved around him cycling spells. Luxi has spell every round. Nar has spell every round. Garen has spell every round, once again. Lilia. Well, you probably want Echoing Spirit, but this works too. Vi. She has a lot of spells, she has a lot of draw. This works. Viktor. He wants to play some spells too. Warwick can play a spell every round. Oren can actually play a spell every round, and Diana, well, if you have Echoing Spirit, you can just play a lot of that spell. You can play one drop into that petal, I think it's called, into Diana, and into that Diana's signature card, that +1/+1, and give item, draw 1, and you will just go infinite. Also, Oren is not really that bad with this power. So, round 1 you can play unit, any unit. Then you forge that unit for free. Round 2, you forge that unit again for free, and this way you have 3 normal mana and 2 spell mana. You can play 5 mana equipment. Easy, round 2. Only thing that we're scared of is recall. So challenge number 43, I guess we have already looked at it. Challenge number 59, yes, we have discussed power overwhelming, we have discussed Embrace the Current just now. Azir shouldn't be really scary. List of champions should be fine. Enemies of Memacian, 40 and 66. This should be scary, right? Not really. So this is give enemy Grander Plaza. When enemy summons a unit, give this unit +1/+1 and challenger until round end. This enables enemy to control board easily and gives us another opportunity to do a misplay, to do a skill issue moment. This is actually not really that great of a mod. We can be scared of this one just because of the challenger, because we have to give them, let them attack our Nexus round 1, and that's not really what we want, right? In this case, challenge number 40. Gangplank, Lingering Shadows, he will scale his units because his Kek will die several times around sometimes. Kaisa, she will not really be scaling of the Lingering Shadows. Speaking of Lingering Shadows, usually you want Viega or Gwen. I mean, you can use them because they actually scale of that ephemeral allies. You could also use, well, let's say Kaisa or Nasus, because this is pretty generic fight. There is just Kaisa, there are 2 fights. It will have shop. You can high roll. This should be pretty easy. And then we have challenge 66. Irelia and yeah, this one. I see. Also, I have embraced the current at top. This one was for embrace the current, probably. I'm not following. I forgot. I completely forgot. So this one. Enemy has +1/+1 on enemy summon, unit summon. And then round end, round start, give enemies +2/+1 every round if something went out of control. And well, Snorlax, do not sit on the mouse, please. If you were looking for some miracle completion for this challenge, well, there's really no way to stop enemy from scaling this way. You can only kill enemy units, and if you cannot find a spell to kill enemy units, well, then it probably just doesn't exist. Ideally, it should be our wildcard completion number 3 or number 4. I don't really remember. It's been a long day. If we had Kain's constellation, then yeah, this one should have been the peak. But right now, enemy has a lot of tempo, a way to pick blocker, and then he scales. This Empire above all actually is way too much scaling just on round 2. Enemy will play Irelia round 1. If he has attack token, then you cannot really do much about that. And then round end, Irelia will have a lot of stuff. And then if Ribbon Dancer happens, then well, we have lost 20-25 health just like that. Right now, if we wanna look at least for some options, I might say we can use 4 stars Yuumi. She summons 2 Poros for free without losing tempo, and her first summon is usually Disciple of Shadows Yuumi. So you will have barrier on at least one of the creatures. We might be I forgot. To protect, to attack might be successful defense. Alright. And another free-to-play variant can be Viega. So Viega actually can play just 1 mana drop, and then you generate at least 2 mists by playing 1 burst speed. Therefore you can protect from Irelia herself if there was Blade Dance. If then Irelia attacks on her own during, well, because of the attack token, we sacrifice another mist, and this way we have sacrificed just 1 creature basically, and we have plus 15 health by doing this. Gigari used to be extremely good into Irelia, but right now, so there is a problem that every blade should be a 3/3. Yeah. That is disturbing. So you probably want like Berserker Buckle, Sharpside, and you're still pretty vulnerable to Irelia herself having Challenger. So if Irelia has attack token round 1, that's already a really bad situation to be in. If you have attack token round 1 and a relay is played during this round, then it's fine. But if opposite happens, that's bad. Next we have Gathering Storm. $36 and $41. Gangplank and another Lee Sin. Probably should have added Lee Sin to the list of champions. So Gathering Storm. When enemy attacks, our weakest unit is stunned and 4 draws 1. So generally speaking, it shouldn't be deciding. It's not supposed to be deciding unless enemy has Blade Dance. And it can be bad also if enemy has Scout. Like every unit has Scout special rule. It can be scary against some tempo warriors such as Azir, Darius, maybe Kaisa, but that's only if enemy has extra mana. Yeah, in this case everyone has 10 extra mana, so it doesn't really count. This special rule can be scary against Ezreal at 60 plus challenges, vicious enemy and stuff. It can be scary against that, against Irelia, but usually it's really context dependent and usually it's not as scary as it looks like. It really depends on other mods that are in the game. And also it gives draw. Some enemies might actually use the draw more than the stun of our weakest ally. In this case, challenge 36, we are just playing through guided meditation. Everyone has 10 mana, and do I have a list? Which is which? Which one is this, by the way? This can probably fit the 10 mana one. Yep, Chemtech Duplicator looks like this one. A lot of champions can be used in that context. I think we can go to special rule or special challenge number 41. Gathering Storm, Power of Observation. This one we are reading through Hextech Observatory. We have already discussed it. Next, Natural Magic. Every card costs 2 less. Oh, this is probably what I was doing right here. Maybe. So, every card costs 2 less. That's actually interesting one. It can go so wrong, especially against Viktor. We can play around enemy deck. Like, what can Lulu do? She will play elusive units round 1. What can Zed do? He will play Zed and some elusive units too. What can Misfortune do? She will play Misfortune and her entire hand, and she will be just out of cards. And that's it. Darius will still play mid-range. Jinx will play her entire hand and she will run out of stuff. Oh, that's a level up. Nah, she's still playing top deck. Gangplank, pretty weak. Once again, Natural Magic will not work for him at all. We can play around our strength. In this case, we can look at something like Nami. She plays a spell, she creates another spell, she creates a third spell, that's a lot of value. We probably want some draw. Is this the one or not? I'm sorry, guys. This one can work this here too. I'm lost. I created and I forgot. This should be animated armor. This should be frenzied fighting, but I lost it in my tips. And this can be embrace the current. And now we have probably natural magic, but I'm unsure about this. Yeah, we can play around creating a lot of cards. We can play around drawing a lot of cards. We can play around the fact that some champions just shine while you're at 4 mana, aka minimalist mode, right? So Evelynn probably needs 4 mana or maybe discount 2 on everyone, so you can play 2 drop into Evelynn, into stun everyone, into everyone everywhere gets +2/+2, so Evelynn is pretty good too. Luxie, infinite barriers, infinite scaling, she's pretty good. Samir will eventually level up. Diana has Eking Spirit. If you have that, you can cycle a lot of stats and then use Corrupted Star Fragment into double attack free win. Once again, if you have Eking Spirit and just at least one Stalker's Blade, you can already create a lot of value. Master Yi will go infinite. Jenna, well, she is fine into this. Garen can be interesting too. Enemy dependent. Viego can scale. Oren has some problems with mana, that's for sure. We could also add pretty much a lot of champions, because this rule, whoever was aggro, it will be better for them, right? Whoever was shining at 4 or 5 mana, they will be shining round 1, round 2. So let's take a look at challenge. This one, Zed, Azir. I don't really have anything to say about this one. Zed will play Zed round 1, stealth unit, another stealth unit, another stealth unit. And next we're playing around either him recalling our unit for 2 mana, Will of Ionia, or he might be using Twin Discipline to get +3/+0 or +0/+3. But it's really unnecessary to play around that. It's also, you cannot really play around the worst thing happening, right? It's not really that fun. Because of that, in this challenge, I would probably suggest picking either Luxie or Master Yi. So this one or this one. Because he has first attack, he can use Twin Discipline, and yeah, Master Yi will have a lot of stats, Luxie will have Barrier. Why has Mystic Shot for 4 damage for 0 and Gotcha is fine into that too? Well, that's a way, but that's a way. Next, challenge 16. Oh, this one, Natural Magic, Fizz and Z. Well, Z we just discussed. Fizz has elusive units too, so it's pretty natural to have Luminous Orb, Sharp Sight. And, well, obviously, when I saw the fact that we probably want Sharp Sight and then this power, so I'm definitely going to play Strength of Stone Epic Relic. I picked Jenna, and I was happy. Natural Magic, yeah, everything synergizes. Beautiful. Next, we have extra challenges. challenge 63. I think this is the one with Thresh, legendary small staff, and Guard. And vicious enemy. Yeah, Yuumi. So like, Yuumi was born for this challenge. And do you really expect others to think for half an hour to come with other ideas if there is a perfect fit? Yeah, I guess I have to. I mean, a lot of effort has already been in this guide. Why not think for another half an hour? How does Yuumi work? You have 2 Poros for free. Then you have Disciple of Shadows, Yuumi. You play Yuumi onto one of your Poros. That Poro becomes at least like 5 something. Challenger, barrier, and you just target enemy and you are trying to win. Right here, what is bad? So, vicious enemy Thresh. Thresh has some high cost units. And when Thresh has a lot of mana, that can actually be scary. So, well, sadly, we cannot really play around that. We want to stabilize in the first place. We want to find at least something to stabilize with. You can, like, use Black Shield or Spell Shield if you're afraid of Vengeance, but that's probably the best that we can do. Speaking about legendary small stuff, I would say, as usual, at Rocks, Vayne, 4 stars, you give equipment, like you give Spatula for 3-2, you have Arm to the Teeth, 2-2, you have bugged Athrox, that still has the Darken equipment bug, which gives extra stats. We can also use Vex right here, because, well, this is Thresh, he has that landmark. Round start, heal random, not random, but heal 1 enemy unit. And if you have Explosive Finale, that's always 4 damage to enemy Nexus. And that's so interesting, so hilarious to watch. Like, yeah, he's just healing himself at this point. And also Vex can control board using spells, especially if you have this cosplay Jinx build I'm using. You could also use, I guess, normal Guardian Angel and Fellcleaving Axe if you really want to. I'm not into that right now. And for those people that are into extreme, you could use Lee Sin. So you play any creature, that creature will be 1-1, but you play Twin Discipline, you play single combat, and your creature becomes 10+, right? Basically, it will be 9-9 plus Twin Discipline effect. So this can work too. Next we have challenge 22. Noxrai Arena and only the strong. Once again, 2 birds 1 stone, just use Lee Sin. Pretty please. So idea here is pretty simple. We need to find our favorite unit and buff it every round. Because otherwise, well, something will die. And also there is Ashe. If you have Strength of Stone, you probably should use that epic relic right here. Otherwise, you need to struggle against Ashe. I'm not a fan of struggling against Ashe. I just want to counter her by any means possible. Lee Sin is definitely best in slot. You could also use Kayle because of, well, buff Master Yi. He will buff Noxrai Arena is round end effect, so all the buffs will be present. And speaking of Kayle, we could also use Gatebreaker Kayle if you really want to, because, well, against Ashe, that's a fairly good strategy. She will stall. You can either play through Helmstack Duplicator and just wait, or you can have some fun with Gatebreaker. Well, if you really want to, you could use Fiddlesticks. Next we have Challenge 24. We have already discussed it, no? So this one can be harder than it looks like because of this power. If Foya doesn't have attack token, they summon this one. Basically, Viega has Sovereign's Domination. He will summon something if we predict something. And then, when we are attacking, he will summon Ghastly Band. So, he can have a lot of blockers just out of the blue. Be mindful about that. Next challenge, number 8. Everyone has Scout, Death is like the wind. Yeah, this can be menacing. So I recently leveled Mel a little bit. I read her powers and stuff. And if you have Epic Relic Big Guns, she's probably a good fit. But without that Epic Relic, might be not. She is not doing enough damage. We need to have some impact as soon as possible. I would say that normally you should play around Scout. So we have Diana, we have Jax, we have Gwen, we have Alice. You can use Nika. Viega can go defensively. Yeah, Viega is pretty fine defensively, but he doesn't really synergize with Scout. Warwick should be pretty fine variant too. He is really good with Scout. Next, what? We have Karma, Guided Meditation, Savage Mysticism, Minimalistic of the Light Discussion. So, Mysticism, I think this is challenge 35 probably. Yep, Savage Mysticism. Karma is guided meditation, guided meditation is guided meditation. Mysticism is communal mana flow. Everyone, round start, has 1 extra mana. So round 2 we have 5 mana, round 1 we have 3 mana, round 3 we have 7 mana, round 4 we have 9 mana. And meditation, everyone has 10 mana. The easiest way to solve this is to use Chemtech Duplicator. Basically, every third champion works, if you really want to. We have Leona because she will just level up round 2. And, well, if you have Found Fortune. If no, if you do not, Tragedy. Kayle. Kayle either needs extra mana round 1 to play Blessing of Targon right away, right? Or you can play random 2-drop into Kayle, into Blessing of Targon if you have that constellation, or just you can play Kayle into the Blessing of Targon using Contact Duplicator and she will go to the skies. Morgana, she uses spells, she's Spellslinger. Tryndamere, Call to Arms, and his spell 2, Ambessa. She will summon a lot of allies. If you have Chemtech Duplicator, that's a pretty fun way to play her. Lux, well, that's pretty clear. Varus can be used. You play Varus, you have Chemtech Duplicator, you have Hymn of Valor, and yeah, that's how it works. Lee Sin, he will just play a lot of spells, or King will buff a lot of Boros using his whatever buff. Whatever he just gets through his like power, through his card, yeah. Waker, Darkness, obviously. Bard pretty much is played through 6 mana. You really want to have as much mana as possible. You play some creatures, you play Bard's signature spell, you draw a lot of chimes, you get chimes back into your library, and that's the way. Set is really not my favorite unit right here, but I think he can work with Chemtech Duplicator. I use him in a different way right now. I used to use him in a different way before that, and well, he will work this way. Luxie, pretty obvious. Leblanc, that's really unnecessary, but it can work this way too. Like Stalker's Blade, Chemtech Duplicator, yeah, that's pretty interesting. You could also try Duplicator into Tempest, Luden's Tempest into Warning Shot generation. That's a pretty insane strategy, I know. Secret, I would say. Jace, yep. Nami, yep. Diana, well, if you have a King Spirit, then this is actually really good. Caitlyn, well, once again, a King Spirit dependent, her spells are not really that great, but it will work. Janna, I used to play Janna this way as a spell slinger, I'm not really enjoying it anymore. It will be fine in Deadly, but in normal adventures right now, not really. Hammer can work this way too, but I think there are different ways to play Hammer that are better. Master Yi, once again, if you do not have Sacred Technique, if you feel like you need some extra something, then yep, sure, Chemtech Duplicator will do. Viktor, well, it just works. So we have a list of like champions that work, that are fun per hour, that can use Hymn of Valor, that can rely on Icon Spirit and stuff. And we could also use some unconfident heavyweight champions for these 10 mana challenges, like Mordekaiser and Ornn in my case. But it's really dependent on everyone's collection. So right now, Nasus for me is like, he is strong, he is fun, he is about 7 out of 10. But before Constellation, and you can be in this situation if you have him just at 3 stars, you might be feeling like Siphoning Strike is slow speed. Well, thanks, he has a mana potion on his spell, a Tear of Goddess, right? And yeah, Nasus without burst speed Siphoning Strike is actually pretty weak. I think this heavyweight category can be described as if you want to play champion that is 5 cost or more, and he is just a piece of combo, or maybe you want to play combo that is at least 7 mana total. So oftentimes you do not really want to play Hammer just for 5 mana. It's really bad, but you have to. He's a combo piece. Lee Sin, once again, he's a combo piece for 5 mana. Bard, 4 mana combo piece that wants to be at 6 mana, that needs to play his signature spell for 3 mana. That's a 7 mana combo. Or King, same reason. So most of these champions have either 7+ mana combo, they cost 5+ on their own, and oftentimes they have somewhat, well, questionable early game, I would say. Minimalist is a little bit different. +1 starting mana, but your max mana doesn't really grow at round start. For aggro, this is just pure profit. For mid-range, well, that's a chance to shine earlier than you usually do. Usually I would recommend for this minimalist challenge to pick somewhat mid-range, so you can actually have fun with something that scales. You just gotta find your favorite mid-range champion. My favorites are Evelynn. I think Tahm Kench is pretty good. Aatrox can be pretty confident. Well, the champion is 6 mana, but he has a lot of discounts, so this works. Atrox is pretty strong. Viktor, Jenna can be pretty good, they are fine. I don't think many people use Viktor and Jenna at my level of upgrade. Well, I use Jenna a lot. Viktor he really wants 6-star upgrade. He is like pretty mid without that. Caitlyn can be pretty interesting in minimalist because, well, at 2 mana round 1, you do not have enough tempo. You haven't played enough. And, well, when enemy has already developed round 2, you haven't really set up that much. And if we are playing in minimalist, then you did much more. Also, wow. This is fine. And also, oftentimes, good champion for minimalist is the one that has Archangel Staff in the core build. Against a lower tier, against lower difficulty, I would say that you could use Garen, because, well, he has extra mana crystal on a burst spell. You just mulligan for that. And he has a pretty strong 2-drop. You could use Gwen, Illaoi, Jean, LeBlanc, Luxie, Thresh, Varus if you really want to. Varus has just one 5-mana drop, and yeah, there is a way to cut it too. Next we have Unstoppable Force. It's really unnecessary to look at those challenges because, well, they are all the same pretty much. The whole point of this challenge is to rush enemy down within 2 attacks, preferably. Allies cannot block, but they have Overwhelm by default. And for this, it's usually recommended to use Gwen. Gwen can heal up. It is also recommended to use Alice, Jax, Diana, double attack, and Nidalee in a build of Transmogulator and Spectral Scissors and Lost Chapter. And core part of the build oftentimes is Crown Card Inheritance, so we can level up during your attack and then attack again. Misfortune, Nico are fine variants too. Then we have Magic Number and Mountain Peak. So once again, we are doing the heavy lifting, we are playing heavy champions. Magic Number is just extreme 1 per hour mod. You pick Elder Dragon, you pick whatever you feel like, Ornn, Mordekaiser, maybe something else. You mulligan, or you reroll your support champion until you get something heavy once again. Preferably with an epic upgrade, right? So we can have a lot of those champions on board. And yes, we walk them out. That's fine. That's fun. Mountain Peak, pretty much the same. We pick the heavyweights and we try to have fun. Mountain Peak is also right now probably the only challenge where I see myself using Nautilus. So yeah, this will be it for this month, and good luck, have fun, plan ahead,